Field event venues will begin here shortly. Shot put, discus, high jump, and pole vault. Again, all those calls being made here and also available online at IESA.org. Click on the Activities tab, go to Track and Field, and under 3A, 4A, you will see the call sheet there if you'd like to take a look at that. Results again at Shazam.live and live stream available on YouTube. Look up Frame Focus Creative and you can find the live stream out there. Our first event here on the track this morning is the Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. The 7-3A girls record set last year at 1:49.39 by Chicago Francis Xavier Ward. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1, Lane 3, Willowbrook Westview Hills, 4, East St. Louis Lincoln, 5, Johnsburg, 6, River Forest Roosevelt. Need a coach from Freeport to come up to the press box when you have an opportunity. Again, a coach from Freeport to come up to the press box. Thank you. Once again on the track, Class 3A, 7th grade girls, 4x200 meter relay, heat 1 of 2, lane 3, Willowbrook Westview Hills, 4, East St. Louis Lincoln, 5, Johnsburg, 6, River Forest Roosevelt. Johnsburg in 5, River Forest Roosevelt in 6. That's East St. Louis Lincoln in 4, though. We'll see here at the halfway point. We're going to see it all day long. Those handoffs extremely important here in our relays. That is East St. Louis Lincoln in the front there in lane 4. River Forest Roosevelt in 6. Moving on now to heat 2 of 2 of the Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Lane 1, Shanahan. 2, Washington Central. 3, Springfield Lincoln. 4, Tolono Unity. 5, St. Joseph. 6, Effingham. 7, Warrensburg Latham. And 8, Port Byron Riverdale. Another reminder to folks of our sit and see policy. If you are standing in front, especially in front of the main grandstands here, please take a seat so others behind you can see. Thank you. Again, heat 2 of 2. 3A 7th grade girls 4x200. Shanahan, Washington Central, Springfield Lincoln, Tolono Unity, St. Joseph in 5, Effingham, Warrensburg Latham, Port Byron Riverdale. St. Joseph there in 5. Effingham in 6. St. Joseph, I believe, first to that handoff. They're in lane 5. St. Joseph, they're first to the final handoff. Effingham in 6. Springfield Lincoln in 3. Washington Central in 2. St. Joseph still in the front in lane 5. But here comes Tolono Unity in lane 4. Tolono Unity wants this heat. Springfield Lincoln in lane 3, but that is Tolono Unity crossing that line first, unofficially 153.11. St. Joseph 153.74. Moving on now to the Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. 7-3A boys record here is 142.01, set last year by East St. Louis Clark. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, River Forest Roosevelt. 4, Coal City. 5, Burr Ridge Gower. 6, Watsika. River Forest Roosevelt in 3, Coal City 4, Burr Ridge Gower 5, Watsika 6. Burr Ridge Gower in lane 5. Watsika in 6. Coal City in 4. Here comes Coal City in lane 4. Coming around that final turn in the green. Burr Ridge Gower in 5. We're going to be side by side on the front stretch. Here we go, the first heat. Leaving it all on the track. Coal City in lane 4. Burr Ridge Gower in lane 5. Side by side in the first heat. Too close to call from up here. Fantastic, final leg of the first heat. Coal City might have just edged them out there just by a tiny bit. Heat 2 of 3. Lane 1, Streeter North Lawn. 2, Litchfield. 3, Port Byron Riverdale. 4, Tolono Unity. 5, Johnsburg. 6, Pecatonica. 7, Robinson Nuttall. 8, Aledo Mercer County. Again, Heat 2 of 3, Class 3A, 7th grade boys, 4x200. Tolono Unity in 4, Johnsburg in 5, Robinson Nuttall in 7, Johnsburg in lane 5, Robinson Nuttall in lane 7. See if they can hold that lead. Johnsburg in lane 5. Litchfield in lane 2. Tolono Unity in 4. That is Johnsburg in lane 5. Litchfield in 2. Crossing the line, your top 2. Heat 3 of 3. Class 3A, 7th grade boys, 4x200. In lane 1, Farmington Central. 2, East St. Louis Clark. 3, Rock Falls. 4, Shelbyville Moulton. 5, Eureka. 6, Rochester. 7, Tremont. 8, Macomb. Shelbyville Moulton in lane 4. Eureka's there in 5. Rochester in 6. Rock Falls in 3. Those handoffs extremely important here. Shelbyville Moulton in lane 4. Eureka in lane 5 makes a push here on this leg of the race. This final exchange, extremely important. There goes Eureka. Shelbyville Moulton in 4. Rock Falls in 3. Folks, this one's going to be tight as we come around the final turn. Eureka in front. Shelbyville Moulton in 4. That's Rochester in lane 6. Eureka remains out front. Shelbyville Moulton in lane 4. And Rochester in lane 6. Moving on now to the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. The 8-3A girls record set last year at 148.78 by East St. Louis Clark. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 1, Monmouth Roseville. 2, Effingham. 3, Port Byron Riverdale. 4, Rochester. 5, Lewistown. 6, Braidwood Reed Custer. 7, Island Lake Matthews. And 8, Willowbrook Westview Hills. Port Byron Riverdale in 3, Rochester in 4. Lewistown in 5. Lewistown in lane 5. Towards the front there, we will see Port Byron Riverdale in lane 3. Race tightened up here in this leg. Final handoff here. I believe that might be Port Byron Riverdale. Up front, we'll take a look as they come around the turn. That is lane 3, Port Byron Riverdale, but here comes Rochester in lane 4, Lewistown in lane 5, Braidwood Reed Custer in 6, but Port Byron Riverdale maintaining that lead for the moment, crossing that line first. Moving on to the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay, heat 2 of 2. Lane 1, River Forest Roosevelt. 2, St. Joseph. 3, East St. Louis Clark. 4, Chicago Francis Xavier Ward. 5, Litchfield. 6, Mantino. 7, Rushville Schuyler Industry. 8, Carlinville. River Forest Roosevelt, St. Joseph, East St. Louis Clark, Chicago Francis Xavier Ward, Litchfield in 5, Mantino, Rushville Schuyler Industry, Carlinville. It's heat 2 of 2, the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Chicago Francis Xavier Ward in lane 4. Litchfield in 5. East St. Louis Clark in lane 3. Chicago Francis Xavier Ward in 4. We'll see as we come to the final handoff. Here we go, folks, side by side. East St. Louis Clark, Chicago Francis Xavier Ward. Chicago Francis Xavier Ward with a bit of a lead here. Chicago Francis Xavier Ward crossing that line first. Unofficial 148.54. On the track, moving on to the Class 3A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. 8-3A boys record here was set last year with a 136.78 by Litchfield. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 3, Willowbrook Westview Hills. 4, Farmington Central. 5, Bradley Central. In heat 1 of 3, Class 3A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. Willowbrook Westview Hills, Farmington Central, Bradley Central. Farmington Central there in lane 4. Those handoffs extremely important. I believe that might be Bradley Central on the outside. In lane 5. Farmington Central in lane 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's present our first medals of the day. We're going to start here with the Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:58.73, Washington Central. In 7th place with a time of 1:58.33, East St. Louis Lincoln. In 6th place with a time of 1:57.98, Port Byron Riverdale. In 5th place with a time of 1:57.38, Warrensburg Latham. In 4th place with a time of 1:55.78, Effingham. In third place with a time of 1:50 on to heat 2 of 3 of the Class 3A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. Lane 1, Port Byron Riverdale. 2, River Forest Roosevelt. In 3, Springfield Lincoln. 4, Macomb. 5, Roxana. 6, East St. Louis Lincoln. 7, Byron. I'd like to thank our award presenters that are helping us out here this morning. Brent Ward from Downstry Valley and Brian Scobie from East St. Louis Lincoln. Brent and Brian, thank you for your assistance here, helping us hand out medals for our athletes here this morning. Get on the track, heat 2 of 3. Class 3A, 8th grade boys, 4x200 meter relay. Macomb in lane 4, Springfield Lincoln in 3, Roxana in 5. Here we go. We're going to be tight here coming around this final turn, folks. He is making up some time. That is Springfield Lincoln in lane 3. Here he comes on the front stretch, but watch out. Here comes lane 2. That's River Forest Roosevelt in lane 2, making up some time. River Forest Roosevelt in lane 2. A great final leg, 1:41.44 final time. Great race, gentlemen. Got to take a breath after that one. Moving on to heat 3 of 3. Lane 1, Sullivan. Lane 2, Effingham. 3, Illiopolis, Sangamon Valley. 4, Coal City. 5, Williamsville. 6, East St. Louis Clark. Your attention, please. Elizabeth McDivitt. Elizabeth McDivitt, if you are out there, please come see us in the press box. Elizabeth McDivitt. Heat 3 of 3 here. Sullivan, Effingham, Illiopolis, Sangamon Valley, Coal City, Williamsville, East St. Louis, Clark in 6, Tolono Unity, Island Lake, Matthews. Coal City in lane 4. Again, this is the Class 3A 8th grade boys, 4x200. Halfway point, Coal City in lane 4. Williamsville in lane 5, I believe. Maybe side by side, stride for stride here on the backstretch. Coal City maybe with a slight lead here coming into the final handoff. Coal City, here we go. In the front, we got some movement happening here. Williamsville in lane 5. Williamsville on the front stretch. Here we go. Coal City in lane 4. Williamsville in lane 5. Williamsville closing the gap in lane 5. Oh, that's actually lane 6. That is Williamsville in lane 5. Close finish. Williamsville in 5. Coal City in 4. I believe Williamsville might have squeaked that out there just a little bit. A 138.88, a 139.01 for Coal City. Unofficial results. Moving on now to the Class 4A, 7th grade girls, 4x200. Again, heat 1 of 3 here. Vernon Hills, Hawthorne South, Wakanda, Sugar Grove, Canelan, Harder. Wakanda in lane 4. Sugar Grove, Canelan, Harder in 5. Wakanda there. First to the handoff at the halfway point. Wakanda in lane 4. Sugar Grove, Canelan, Harder in 5. Sugar Grove, Canelan, Harder looking to make a move here on the final front stretch. Side by side in our first heat. Sugar Grove, Canelan, Harder might have crossed that line first unofficially. Moving on now to the Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay, heat 2 of 3. Lane 1, Palatine Winston. 2, Muhammad Seymour. 3, Roscoe. It's going to heat 2 of 3 here. Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x2. Palatine Winston, Muhammad Seymour, Roscoe, New Lenox, Martino in 4. Manuka, Arlington Heights South, Edwardsville Liberty in 7. New Lenox, Martino in 4. Out front here as we reach the halfway point. New Lenox, Martino in lane 4. Let's get on the track, heat 3 of 3. Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Arlington Heights Thomas, Manhattan, University Park, Crete Mooney, Bloomington Evans, Chatham Glenwood, Dunlap, Frankfort Hickory Creek, and Sterling Challand in that order, inside to outside. Bloomington Evans in lane 4. Chatham Glenwood in lane 5. Dunlap in 6. Bloomington Evans in 4. Chatham Glenwood in lane 5. Bloomington Evans. Good start here in the second half. Bloomington Evans in lane 4. We got some movement here on the inside, though, folks. That's Manhattan in lane 2. Manhattan in lane 2. Bloomington Evans in lane 4. Side by side. Here comes Bloomington Evans back just a bit. Ben Manhattan keeping that lead in lane 2. Manhattan crosses that line first. All right, folks, we'll direct our attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 3A 7th grade boys, 4 by Johnsburg. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade boys 4 by 200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:44.07. Eureka! On the track, moving on to the Class 4A 7th grade boys 4 by 200 meter relay 7-4A record here, set in 2024 at 1:41.68 by Springfield, Washington. Heat 1 of 3, lane 3, Manuka, 4, Lake Zurich North, 5, Sugar Grove, Canelan Harder, 6, New Lenox, Martino.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's direct our
Heat 1 of 3. The Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x200 on the track. New Lennox Martino on the outside. Lake Zurich North in lane 4, maybe. We got a move here in the final leg. Sugar Grove Canelan Harder in lane 5. All right, let's direct our attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:54.50, Braidwood Reed Custer. In 7th place with a time of 1:54.21, St. Joseph. In 6th place with a time of 1:53.28, Port Byron Riverdale. In 5th place with a time of 1:53 flat, River Forest Roosevelt. In 4th place with a time of 1:52.39, Rushville Schuyler Industry. In 3rd place with a time of 1:50.82, Litchfield. In 2nd place with a time of 1:49.08, East St. Louis Clark. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time and a new 3A state record of 1:48.54, Chicago Francis Xavier Ward. And on the track, we got the Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. Heat 2 of 3. Lane 1, Lake in the Hills Marlow. 2, Rockford Flynn. 3, Chatham Glenwood. 4, Mount Prospect River Trails. 5, Mount Zion. 6, Palatine Winston. 7, Morton. 8, Gurney Viking. Again, Heat 2 of 3 on the track. Mount Prospect River Trails in 4. Mount Zion in 5. Chatham Glenwood in lane 3. See how this turns out here in the final exchange. Final 200. Morton in lane 7, I believe. Mount Prospect River Trails in 4. Palatine Winston in lane 6. But here we go in lane 3. Chatham Glenwood Palatine Winston in lane 6. Chatham Glenwood in 3. Chatham Glenwood crossing that line first. On the track, moving on to the Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay, heat 3 of 3. Lane 1, Bloomington Evans. Lane 2, Sterling Challen. 3, Edwardsville Lincoln. 4, Normal Kingsley. 5, Barrington Prairie. 6, Edwardsville Liberty. 7, Frankfort Hickory Creek. And in lane 8, Rantoul Ader. In heat 3 of 3, Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. Handoffs can be tough here. Got to get that clean exchange. Normal Kingsley in 4, Barrington Prairie in 5, Edwardsville Lincoln in 3. A tight race here in the middle. Here we go. Heat 3 of 3. We come around the final turn. Normal Kingsley in lane 4. Normal Kingsley in lane 4. Barrington Prairie in 5. Normal Kingsley, commanding win there unofficially, 140-84. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 3A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 141.51, Sullivan. 7th place with a time of 141.44, River Forest Roosevelt. 6th place with a time of 141.42, Island Lake Matthews. 5th place with a time of 139.89, East St. Louis Clark. 4th place with a time of 139.83, Illiopolis Sangamon Valley. 3rd place with a time of 139.71, Effingham. Second place with a time of 1:39.01, Coal City. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:38.88, Williamsville. On the track now, the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. 8 4A girls record here, 1:48.85, set in 2023 by Normal Kingsley. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 3, Lane 3, Matson Colin Powell. 4, Urbana. 5, Vernon Hills Hawthorne North. And 6, Rock Island, Washington. Folks, we might be side by side here on the backstretch in the third leg here of this heat 1 of 3. Vernon Hills Hawthorne North in lane 5. Rock Island, Washington in 6. Urbana in 4. Matson Colin Powell in 3. That's Matson Colin Powell in 3 in the lead. Maintaining that lead. Vernon Hills Hawthorne North in lane 5. Here comes Urbana in lane 4 for second. Crossing that line first, Matson Colin Powell. On the track now, Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay, heat 2 of 3. Lane 1, Edwardsville Liberty. 2, Morton. 3, Muhammad Seymour. 4, Cary. 5, Quincy. 6, Arlington Heights South. 7, Arlington Heights Thomas. And 8, Crystal Lake Beardsley. Again, heat 2 of 3, the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Carey in lane 4. Quincy in 5. Muhammad Seymour in 3. Carey in lane 4. Carey in lane 4. Here on the front stretch, Crystal Lake Beardsley, I believe, there on the outside. And Edwardsville Liberty on the inside, making a race of it here from lane 8 and lane 1. But that is Carey crossing the line first. 150.52 unofficially. Heat 3 of 3, the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Lane 1, Manuka. 2, Highland. 3, Normal Kingsley. 4, Oak Park Julian. 5, Mount Zion. 6, Alton. 7, Mount Prospect Lincoln. And in lane 8, Burlington Central. Here we go, heat 3 of 3. 4A 8th grade girls 4x200. Final leg here. Oak Park Julian in lane 4. Race right now is for second. But Oak Park Julian in lane 4. Mount Zion in 5. Normal Kingsley in 3. Oak Park Julian in lane 4. Crosses that line first. Alton in lane 2. What a gutsy finish there, Mount Zion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's direct our attention to the medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:54.59, Wakanda. In 7th place with a time of 1:54.47, Sugar Grove Canelan Harder. In 6th place with a time of 1:54.08, Dunlap. In 5th place with a time of 1:53.61, Frankfurt Hickory Creek. In 4th place with a time of 1:53.40, New Lenox Martino. In 3rd place with a time of 1:53.31, Chatham Glenwood. In 2nd place with a time of 1:52.82, University Park Crete Money. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:51.72, Manhattan. Moving on now to the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. 8-4A boys record here is 1:35.28, set in 2024 by Yorkville. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 2, Cary. 3, Mount Prospect River Trails. 4, Barrington Prairie. 5, Flossmoor Parker. 6, Kankakee. Once again, Heat 1 of 3, Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x200. Cary, Mount Prospect River Trails, Barrington Prairie, Flossmoor Parker, Kankakee, in that order. Here we go, the final 200 here on this Heat 1 of 3. Cary in lane 2. Flossmoor Parker in lane 5. But Cary in lane 2 unofficially takes Heat 1. Moving on now on the track to the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay, heat 2 of 3. Lane 1, Dixon Reagan. 2, Morton. 3, Lake in the Hills Marlowe. 4, Edwardsville Liberty. 5, Manuka. 6, New Lenox Martino. 7, Bloomington Evans. 8, Mount Zion. Get on the track, heat 2 of 3. Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x200. Lane 4. That's Edwardsville Liberty. Maybe first to that handoff. Those handoffs, very important. Edwardsville Liberty in lane 4. Manuka in 5. New Lenox Martino in 6. Lake in the Hills, Marlowe. Lane 3, here comes lane 1. That's Dixon Reagan in lane 1. Making a race of it. Lake in the Hills, Marlowe in lane 3. Heat 3 of 3. Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x200. Lane 1, Normal Chittix. Lane 2, Chatham Glenwood. 3, Springfield Washington. 4, Pekin Broadmoor. 5, Vernon Hills Hawthorne North. 6, Homer Glen Homer. 7, Burlington Central. And 8, Alton. Early here, lane 4, Pekin Broadmoor. Sounds simple, got to get that baton, but that is all important, as we have seen here this morning in these 4x200s. Pekin Broadmoor in lane 4, Vernon Hills Hawthorne North in 5, Springfield Washington in 3. Here we come around the final turn, folks. It's going to be close here. Springfield Washington in 3, but that is Pekin Broadmoor in 4, Vernon Hills Hawthorne North in 5. Pekin Broadmoor maintains the lead, but Vernon Hills Hawthorne North in lane 5, and that's Springfield Washington in lane 3, but we'll give that one unofficially to Pekin Broadmoor. Heat 3 of 3 there, an unofficial 136.69. Turn our attention now to the medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:45.38, Palatine Winston. In 7th place with a time of 1:45.12, Chatham Glenwood. 6th place with a time of 1:44.02, Edwardsville Lincoln. 5th place, time of 1:43.89, Edwardsville Liberty. 4th place with a time of 1:43.63, Frankfort Hickory Creek. In 3rd place with a time of 1:43.17, Sterling Challand. In 2nd place with a time of 1:42.63, Barrington Prairie. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time and a brand new 7-4A record of 1:40.84. Normal Kingsley. Well, we're going to hand out some more medals here before we begin our 4x100s. This time we're going to recognize our athletes in the Class 3A 8th grade girls shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 9.33 meters from Auburn, Madison Hackett. In 7th place with a throw of 9.34 meters from Watseka, Lucy Edwards. In 6th place with a throw of 9.38 meters from Eureka, Brenna Musselman. In 5th place with a throw of 9.59 meters from Pleasant Plains, Vivian Satovia. In 4th place with a throw of 9.69 meters from Lawrenceville, Parkview, Ava Cessna. In 3rd place with a throw of 9.72 meters from Fulton River Bend, Kirby German. In second place with a throw of 9.9 meters from Morris, Saratoga, Aubrey McConnell. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade girls shot put with a state winning throw of 10.29 meters from Stanford Olympia, Lucy Prestegard. On the track, we're going to move on to the Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. 7-3A girls record here, 52:31, set in 2024 by Robinson Nuttall. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 1, Glenwood Brookwood. 2, El Paso Gridley. 3, Stanford Olympia. 4, Gillespie. 5, Auburn. 6, Morris. And 7, Crystal Lake Prairie Grove. Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x100. Gillespie in lane 4, Auburn in 5. Stanford Olympia in lane 3. Here goes Stanford Olympia, but Auburn in lane 5. Morris in lane 6. This first heat of the 4x100s, very interesting, very close. Morris might have crossed that line first, 55-69 unofficially. Heat 2 of 3, the Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x100. In lane 1, Sherrard. In 2, Sauk Village Rickover. 3, Chicago Sacred Heart. 4, Monticello. 5, Jerseyville. 6, East St. Louis Clark. 7, Paxton Buckley Loda. 8, Williamsville. Heat 2 of 3. 3A 7th girls 4x100. Monticello in lane 4. Jerseyville in 5. Chicago Sacred Heart in 3. Monticello in 4. Williamsville in lane 8, making a race of this from the outside. Monticello in lane 4. Jerseyville in 5. East St. Louis Clark in 6. But that was unofficially Monticello crossing that line first. 54-32. Heat 3 of 3 here, the Class 3A 7th grade girls, 4x1. Lane 1, Lincoln. 2, Shanahan. 3, Washington Central. 4, Germantown Hills. 5, Byron. 6, Shelbyville Moulton. 7, Wilmington. 8, Macomb. Heat 3 of 3, Class 3A 7th grade girls, 4x100. Shelbyville Moulton in lane 6. Here we go, folks. This one's going to be a good one side by side. Washington Central in lane 3. Germantown Hills in 4. Washington Central in lane 3. Unofficially crossing that line first at a 53-45. On the track, moving on to the Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. 7-3A boys record 49.80 set last year by East St. Louis Lincoln. Heat 1 of 3 here. Lane 3, Poplar Grove North Boone. 4, Crest Hill Richland. 5, Deerfield Caruso. Heat 1 of 3, Class 3A, 7th grade boys, 4x100. Crossing that line first, Crest Hill Richland. They're in the middle, a 51.80. Ladies and gentlemen, let's direct our attention to the medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place, with a time of 1:52.90, Mount Prospect Lincoln. In 7th place, with a time of 1:52.61, Edwardsville Liberty. 6th place, with a time of 1:52.22, Highland. In 5th place, with a time of 1:51.99, Burlington Central. In 4th place, with a time of 1:51.43, Normal Kingsley. In 3rd place, with a time of 1:50.90, Alton. 2nd place, a time of 1:50.52, Cary. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay, a state winning time and a new 8-4A state record of 1:48.71, Oak Park Julian. On the track here, Heat 2 of 3, the Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. Again, Heat 2 of 3 in lane 2, Sauk Village Rickover. 3, Morris. 4, Pekin Edison. 5, Kewanee Central. 6, Rushville Schuyler Industry. And 7, Watsika. Gonna focus on that baton first. Pekin Edison in 4, Morris in 3, Kewanee Central in 5. Sauk Village Rickover in lane 2. Might have been the first to cross that line unofficially. 51-22 for Sauk Village Rickover. Kewanee Central crossing in second. Heat 3 of 3 of the Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. In lane 1, Washington, 2, Paris Mayo, 3, East St. Louis Lincoln, 4, East St. Louis Clark, 5, Metamora, 6, Winnebago, 7, Monticello, 8, Springfield Lincoln. Real quick update in the field events here. The Class 4A 7th grade girls high jump. Looks like we have 2 athletes remaining. Willa Helmers from Edwardsville Liberty and Claire Van Shelven from Roscoe. 1.58. That's what it looks like they're working on. Heat 3 of 3 here. Class 3A, 7th grade boys, 4x100. Here we go, side by side on the fronts. East St. Louis Clark, Metamora. Great race. East St. Louis Clark, Metamora, East St. Louis Lincoln. Unofficial results there. On the track, moving on to the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. 3A girls record here is 51-68, set in 2023 by Rockford Kennedy. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 3, Lockport Oak Prairie, 4 Wilmington, 5 Germantown Hills, 6 Round Lake Park. Heat 1 of 3. Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x100 on the track now. Germantown Hills in lane 5. Round Lake Park in lane 6. Round Lake Park making a move here on the final 100 to unofficially take the heat. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:39, Burlington Central. In 7th place with a time of 1:38.93, Lake in the Hills Marlow. In 6th place with a time of 1:38.58, Homer Glen Homer. In 5th place with a time of 1:38.46, Normal Chittix. In 4th place with a time of 1:37.98, Chatham Glenwood. In 3rd place with a time of 1:37.78, Springfield, Washington. In 2nd place with a time of 1:37.26, Vernon Hills Hawthorne North. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:36.69, Pekin Broadmoor. On the track, Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. Heat 2 of 3 in lane 1, Watsika. 2, Morris. 3, Taylor Ridge, Rockridge. 4, Staunton. 5, Athens. 6, Pleasant Plains. 7, Teutopolis. 8, Downs Tri-Valley. Heat 2 of 3, this final handoff. Pretty even here as it come around the final turn. Pleasant Plains in lane 6 on the outside. That's Downs Tri-Valley, folks, on the outside. Too close to call from up here. Downs Tri-Valley, though, appears to may have crossed that line first. 53-40. Pleasant Plains right behind him. Athens, your top 3. Heat 3 of 3, the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x100. Lane 1, Winnebago. 2, Mendota Northbrook. 3, Coal City. 4, Robinson Nuttall. 5, Hillsboro. 6, Sullivan. 7, Shelbyville Moulton. 8, Deerfield Caruso. Hillsboro in lane 5. Robinson Nuttall in lane 4. Wanting to make a race of it here on the front stretch. Robinson Nuttall in lane 4. But that is Hillsboro in lane 5. Crosses that line first, a 51:27 unofficial time. Moving on now to the Class 3A, 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. 8 3A boys record set last year by East St. Louis Clark, a time of 44:33. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Marengo. 4, Fulton River Bend. 5, Prospect Heights MacArthur. 6, Lindenhurst Milburn. In heat 1 of 3, Class 3A, 8th grade boys, 4x100 meter relay. Lindenhurst Milburn in lane 6 on the outside. Still with the lead, but here comes lane 4, Fulton River Bend. Looking to make a race of it here on the front stretch, but Lindenhurst Milburn in lane 6 from the outside unofficially takes heat 1. Heat 2 of 3, 3A, 8th grade boys, 4x100. In 1, Monmouth Roseville. 2, Maroa Forsyth. 3, Effingham. 4, Bradley Central. 5, Carlinville. 6, Dalton Lincoln. 7, Coal City. 8, Monticello. On the track here, heat 2 of 3, Class 3A, 8th grade boys, 4x100. Bradley Central in lane 4. Carlinville in lane 5. Carlinville trying to hold on there, but Bradley Central in lane 4 takes the heat. Moving on to heat 3 of 3 of the Class 3A 8th grade boys. 4x100 meter relay. Lane 1, El Paso Gridley. 2, Downs Tri-Valley. 3, East St. Louis Lincoln. 4, East St. Louis Clark. 5, Springfield Jefferson. 6, Staunton. 7, Shanahan. 8, Canton Ingersoll. In the Class 3A 7th grade boys pole vault, Kale Passero from Robinson Nuttall, Chase Russo from Lindenhurst Milburn. I believe they're working on a state record over there. I'm going to watch the pole vault. On the track again, we got heat 3 of 3 of the Class 3A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. Final handoff, lane 4, East St. Louis Clark in the front. Springfield Jefferson in lane 5. That is East St. Louis Clark crossing that line first at a 45.36 unofficially. Springfield Jefferson at a 46.69. Staunton coming in there, your top 3 in that heat. We're going to direct your attention now to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 54:53, Wilmington. 7th place, a time of 54:32, Monticello. 6th place with a time of 54:23, Macomb. In 5th place with a time of 53.836, Shanahan. In 4th place with a time of 53.833, Byron. In 3rd place with a time of 53.58, Germantown Hills. In 2nd place with a time of 53:56, Shelbyville Moulton. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champions in the 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 53:45, Washington Central. On the track, moving on to the Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. 7-4A girls record here set in 2024 at 52:62 by Edwardsville Lincoln. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, Lane 3, Ingleside Big Hollow. 4, Alton. 5, Evanston Haven. 6, North Chicago Neal. Once again, Heat 1 of 3, Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x100. Ingleside Big Hollow, Alton, Evanston Haven, North Chicago Neal. Inside outside there. Evanston Haven in lane 5. Might be there in the front. We'll take a look. Alton in lane 4. We're going to be side by side here coming into this final handoff. These handoffs very important. Got to want that baton there. In lane 3, Ingleside Big Hollow. In lane 4, Alton. 5, Evanston Haven. Ingleside Big Hollow looking to hold on to that lead. Crosses that line first in this Heat 1 of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand as we hand out the medals for the Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 51:55, Paris Mayo. 7th place with a time of 51:45, Washington. 6th place with a time of 51:35, Morris. 5th place with a time of 51:34, Kewanee Central. 4th place, a time of 51:22, Sauk Village Rickover. 3rd place with a time of 50:97, Monticello. 2nd place with a time of 49:87, Metamora. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 49:83, East St. Louis Clark. On the track, moving on to Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. Lane 1, Oak Park Brooks. 2, Chatham Glenwood. 3, DeKalb Huntley. 4, Freeport. 5, Flossmoor Parker. 6, Kankakee. 7, Frankfort Hickory Creek. And 8, St. Jacob Triad. In Heat 2 of 3, Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay on the track now. Freeport in 4, Flossmoor Parker in 5, DeKalb Huntley in 3. And Flossmoor Parker in 5, Freeport in 4, DeKalb Huntley in 3. DeKalb Huntley in 3. Here we go. Frankfort Hickory Creek in lane 7 as well from the outside there. But DeKalb Huntley unofficially takes Heat 2. And those handoffs, very important. Quick in the Class 3A 7th grade boys pole vault, Chase Russo from Lindenhurst to Millburn. See what height he's attempting. Just crossed 3.36, going to try 3.4. On the track, Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay, Heat 3 of 3. Here we go. In lane 1, Geneseo. In 2, Cahokia Worth. 3, Springfield Grant. 4, Urbana. 5, Manuka. 6, Bloomington. 7, Collinsville. 8, Jacksonville. In heat 3 of 3, Class 4A, 7th grade girls, 4x100. Got to want that baton there on that handoff. At the halfway point here, Urbana in lane 4, Manuka in 5. And in lane 3, Springfield Grant. Springfield Grant, quite a lead here on the front stretch. In lane 3, Urbana in lane 4. Springfield Grant running away with it here. Crosses the line first, unofficially, 51-69. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand. We're going to present the awards for the Class 3A 7th grade boys discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 35.82 meters from Taylor Ridge Rock Ridge, Owen Wolf. In 7th place with a throw of 35.88 meters from Macomb, Mason James. In 6th place with a throw of 35.95 meters from Petersburg Porta, Hudson Smith. In 5th place with a throw of 36.83 meters from Morris, Maverick McCarrow. In 4th place with a throw of 37.6 meters from Paris Mayo, Jackson Creech. In 3rd place with a throw of 37.76 meters from Gerard Northmack, Carter Van Huss. In 2nd place with a throw of 40.07 meters, broke the previous state record, by the way, from Macomb, Bradley Wagner. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade boys discus throw, with a state-winning throw and a new 7-3A record of 41.20 meters from Beecher, Benjamin Jerkadis. On the track, moving on to the Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. 7-4A boys record here. 47.70 set in 2023 by Jacksonville. Heat 1 of 3, lane 3, Highland Park Northwood, 4, Chicago Heights, 5, Evanston Chute. Chicago Heights in lane 4. Highland Park Northwood in lane 3 wants to make a race of this one. Chicago Heights unofficially takes heat 1. Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x100. Lane 1, Edwardsville Lincoln. 2, Charleston. 3, Edwardsville Liberty. 4, Ingleside Big Hollow. 5, Rockford West. 6, Manhattan. 7, Normal Kingsley. Again, heat 2 of 3, class 4A, 7th grade boys, 4 by 100. Charleston in 2, Edwardsville Liberty in 3, Eagleside Big Hollow in 4. Rockford West in 5. Manhattan in 6. Charleston in 2. Manhattan in lane 6 unofficially takes heat 2. Heat 3 of 3, the class 4A, 7th grade boys, 4 by 100. In lane 1, Matson Huth. In 2, Alton. 3, DeKalb Huntley. 4, Flossmoor Parker. 5, Manuka. 6, Crystal Lake Lundahl. 7, Springfield Grant. And 8, Muscuda. It's again heat 3 of 3. Class 4A, 7th grade boys, 4x100 on the track now. Manuka in lane 5, Crystal Lake Lundahl in 6, Springfield Grant in 7, DeKalb Huntley in 3. In the front, that's lane 4. That's Flossmoor Parker in the front. DeKalb Huntley in 3, Manuka in 5. Flossmoor Parker crossing that line first, unofficial time 47:55. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 43:40, Downs Tri-Valley. 7th place with a time of 43:27, Winnebago. 6th place, a time of 53:22, Mendota Northbrook. In 5th place with a time of 52:69, Shelbyville Moulton. 4th place, a time of 52:40, Coal City. In 3rd place with a time of 52:31, Sullivan. In 2nd place with a time of 51:66, broke the previous state record, by the way, Robinson Nuttall. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time and a new 8-3A state record of 51:27, Hillsboro. On the track, moving on to the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. 8 4A girls record here, 50.18. Let me try that again. The 8 4A girls record, 50.18, set in 2024 by Champaign Jefferson. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Evanston Nichols. 4, Roscoe. 5, Long Grove Woodlawn. Again, on the track, Class 4A, 8th grade girls, 4x100 meter relay. Heat 1 of 3, Evanston Nichols, Roscoe, Long Grove Woodlawn. Roscoe in lane 4, in front here. Evanston Nichols in lane 3. Long Grove Woodlawn in lane 5. But that is Roscoe crossing the line first. Heat 2 of 3, the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. Lane 1, Dunlap. Lane 2, Jacksonville. Lane 3, Matson Huth. Lane 4, Lake in the Hills, Marlow. Lane 5, Champaign Edison. Lane 6, Chicago Heights. Lane 7, Crystal Lake Lundahl. And Lane 8, Muscuda. Heat 2 of 3. Class 4A, 8th grade girls, 4 by 100. Here we go. Coming around the final turn, final handoff. Matson Huth in lane 3. Matson Huth in lane 3 unofficially takes Heat 2 at a 52.15. Champaign Edison a 52.40. Mascoutah 52.46. Unofficial times. Heat 3 of 3, the Class 4A 8th grade girls, 4 by 100. In lane 1, Frankfort Hickory Creek. In 2, University Park Crete-Monee. 3, Decatur Stephen Decatur. 4, Champaign Jefferson. 5, Edwardsville Lincoln. 6, Ottawa Shepherd. 7, Danville Northridge. 8, New Lenox Liberty. Get on the track, Heat 3 of 3, Class 4A, 8th grade girls, 4 by 100. Champaign Jefferson in 4, Edwardsville Lincoln in 5, Decatur Stephen Decatur in 3. Champaign Jefferson in 4. Coming around the turn on the front stretch. Gotta want that baton. Edwardsville Lincoln in 5, but that is Champaign Jefferson in lane 4. Takes the heat at 50.74. Edwardsville Lincoln at 52.04. University Park Crete-Monee at a 52.23. Unofficial results. We're going to have a rerun here before we get to the boys. This will be a rerun for the Class 8 3A girls 4x100 meter relay. Kankakee will be running here out of lane 6. Kankakee out there in lane 6, folks. Let's cheer them on. Out there all by themselves. Kankakee at the final handoff. Coming down the front stretch, folks. Kankakee. Moving on now to the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. 8 4A boys record is 45.74, set in 2024 by Jacksonville. 6 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Danville Northridge. 4, Crystal Lake Lundahl. 5, Moline John Deere. Again, heat 1 of 6. Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x1. Danville Northridge in 3, Crystal Lake Lundahl in 4, Moline John Deere in 5. This is Danville Northridge in lane 3, crossing that line first. Moving on now to heat 2 of 6. 4A 8th grade boys 4x100. Lane 1, Champaign Edison. 2, Arlington Heights South. 3, Bolingbrook Brooks. 4, Rockford Lincoln. 5, Barrington Station. 6, Park Forest Obama. And 7, Cary. In heat 2 of 6, Class 4A, 8th grade boys, 4x100. Park Forest Obama there in lane 6. We'll have to take a look as they come around the final turn. Barrington Station in lane 5. In lane 4, Rockford Lincoln. Rockford Lincoln in 4. Park Forest Obama in lane 6. But in lane 3, Bolingbrook Brooks. But I believe Rockford Lincoln might have held on there, a 47:62 unofficial time. Moving on to heat 3 of 6 of the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. In lane 1, Sugar Grove, Canelan, Harder. 2, Normal Parkside. 3, Edwardsville, Lincoln. 4, Matson, Huth. 5, Decatur, Stephen, Decatur. 6, Plano. 7, Markham, Prairie Hills. 8, North Chicago, Neal. Heat 3 of 6, Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x100. On the track now, Matson Huth in 4, Decatur, Stephen, Decatur in 5, Edwardsville, Lincoln in 3. Matson Huth in lane 4, out in front. Decatur, Stephen Decatur in lane 5, and Matson Huth crossing that line first. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand as we hand out the awards for the Class 3A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 48:42, El Paso Gridley. 7th place with a time of 48 flat, Dalton Lincoln. 6th with a time of 47:69, Shanahan. In 5th with a time of 47:59, Carlinville. In 4th with a time of 47:56, East St. Louis Lincoln. In 3rd with a time of 47:02, Staunton. In 2nd with a time of 46:69, Springfield Jefferson. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 45:36, East St. Louis Clark. On the track, moving on to the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay, heat 4 of 6 in lane 1, Rockford West. In 2, Evanston Chute. In 3, Moline Wilson. 4, DeKalb Huntley. 5, Manuka. 6, Oak Park Brooks. 7, Collinsville. 8, Springfield, Washington. In heat 4 of 6. Class 4A, 8th grade boys, 4x100 on the track. DeKalb Huntley in 4, Manuka in 5. Side by side. Collinsville in lane 7 as well. Watch out for lane 2, Evanston Chute, but in front in lane 4, that's DeKalb Huntley. And Manuka right after him as well. DeKalb Huntley with a 46.95. In the Class 4A 8th grade boys, 4x100, heat 5 of 6. Lane 1, Springfield Franklin. 2, Shorewood Troy. 3, Bloomington. 4, Rockford Eisenhower. 5, Muscuda. 6, Alton. 7, Quincy. 8, Palatine Sundling. In heat 5 of 6 on the track here, Class 4A 8th grade boys, 4x100. Coming to the final handoff. We are side by side, folks. Here we go. Let's take a look at this one. We got some good runners from the outside. That is Alton in lane 6. In lane 2, Shorewood Troy. Alton in lane 6. Might have crossed that line first with a 46.35. And Shorewood Troy with a 46.55 unofficially. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to direct your attention back to the medal stand as we hand out the medals for the Class 4A 7th grade girls high jump. We had a three-way tie for 7th place, all with jumps of 1.4 meters, so all receiving 7th place medals. First from Roscoe, Lucy Hedges. From Urbana, Kennedy Gallivan. And from Highland Park Northwood, Reese Hickman. In 6th place with a jump of 1.46 meters from Frankfort Hickory Creek, Kenzie Conley. In 5th place with a jump of 1.46 meters from University Park Crete-Monee, Jayla Hope. In 4th place with a jump of 1.49 meters from Edwardsville, Lincoln, Chloe Miller. In 3rd place with a jump of 1.49 meters from Danville North Ridge, Aubrey Bryant. In 2nd place with a jump of 1.55 meters from Edwardsville, Liberty, Willa Helmers. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade girls high jump with a winning jump of 1.58 meters and a new 7.4A record from Roscoe. Folks, give it up for Claire Van Shelven. Here we go on the track. Heat 6 of 6 of the Class 4A 8th grade boys, 4x100. Lane 1, Long Grove Woodlawn. 2, University Park Crete-Monee. 3, Geneseo. 4, Flossmoor Parker. 5, Kankakee. 6, Frankfort Hickory Creek. 7, East Moline Glenview. 8, Dunlap Valley. Coming around the final turn, here we go. Flossmoor Parker in 4, Kankakee in 5, Geneseo in 3, Frankfort Hickory Creek in 6, Frankfort Hickory Creek up front, Kankakee in lane 5, Frankfort Hickory Creek crossing that line first, 45:87 unofficial time, Kankakee 46:49, University Park Crete-Monee a 46:64, your top 3 in that Heat 6. All right, going to turn our attention to the award stand again. This time we're going to present the medals for the Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 50:60, Springfield Grant. In 7th place with a time of 50:45, Chicago Heights. In 6th place with a time of 50:43, Manhattan. 5th place with a time of 50:33, Alton. 4th place with a time of 49:54, Crystal Lake Lundahl. 3rd place with a time of 49:12, Manuka. 2nd place with a time of 48:86, DeKalb Huntley. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time and a new 7-4A record of 47:55, Flossmoor Parker. We're going to be moving into the 200-meter dash finals here. So we'll get some things set up here for the start of the 200-meter dash. So we'll move into the 200-meter dash finals next. And after that, we'll have our 800-meter run finals and our 4x400-meter relays to wrap up our action on the track. Field events continue here. Lots of great action all around. We're going to move into our Class 3A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. 7-3A girls record here, set in 2024 with a time of 26:06. Heat 1 of 2 in lane 2, Lila Leatherwood from Monticello. In 3, Leah Navarro from Darien Eisenhower. In 4, Brand Randolph from St. Joseph. 5, Isabella De Hilario from Metamora. And in 6, Peyton Reich from Jerseyville. Again, heat 1 of 2, the Class 3A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash up next. Side by side here on this first heat, Isabella De Hilario from Metamora there in lane 5. Bryn Randolph from St. Joseph in lane 4. Isabella be crossing that line first. Heat 2 of 2. In lane 1, Olivia Southwell from Green Oaks Oak Grove. 2, Brecklin Shepard from Fulton River Bend. 3, Mackenzie Johnson from Springfield Jefferson. 4, Hadley Considine from Byron. 5, Mila Snyder from Byron. 6, Kennedy Collins from Stillman Valley Meridian. 7, Keegan Wagner from Germantown Hills. And in lane 8, Brooklyn Judkins Johnson from Elmhurst Timothy Christian. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick reminder of our sit and see policy. If you're standing in the front, please find a seat so others behind you can see. Thank you for your cooperation. Hadley Considine in lane 4 from Byron. Mackenzie Johnson in lane 3 from Springfield Jefferson wants to make a race of this. But on the outside, Brooklyn Judkins Johnson, but unofficially race belongs to Mackenzie Johnson from Springfield Jefferson with a 2683. Class 3A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash. 7-3A boys record here 24:29 set in 2022. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 3, Apollo Hall from Harvey Brooks. In 4, Dominic King from Tremont. In 5, Derek Rodriguez from Lawrenceville Parkview. In heat 1 of 3 of the 3A 7th grade boys, 200-meter dash on the track now. Dominic King from Tremont in the middle. Derek Rodriguez from Lawrenceville Parkview on the outside. But that is Dominic King coming around the turn, unofficially takes the heat. Heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Toby Reed Thompson from St. Joseph. In 2, Xander Alton from Metamora. In 3, Ari Waits from Sherrard. In 4, Jose Milan from Marengo. In 5, Amor Hunbard from East St. Louis Clark. 6, Gunnar Meyer from Green Oaks Oak Grove. And 7, Deegan Lopez from Marengo. More Hunbard from East St. Louis Clark there in lane 5. Xander Alton from Metamora in lane 2 wants this race. Xander Alton from Metamora with a 25:37 unofficial time. Heat 3 of 3 in lane 1. Justin Gonzalez from Winnebago. In 3, Kenneth Walton from East St. Louis Lincoln. 3, Ari Kennedy from Chicago Whitney Young. 4, Alec Hart from Sauk Village Rickover. 5, Jonah Verska from Rock Island Jordan Catholic. 6, Frederick Higgins from East St. Louis Lincoln. 7, Pierre Hunter from Springfield Lincoln. And lane 8, Samuel Renddorf from Richmond Nippersink. Heat 3 of 3, Class 3A, 7th grade boys, 200-meter dash. Alec Hart in lane 4. Ari Kennedy in lane 3 from Chicago. Whitney Young out in the lead. Ari Kennedy crossing that line first.
Need the 7-4A girls 4x100 meter relay team from Collinsville to report to awards immediately. Once again, athletes, as your heats are completing, make sure you're checking the awards report times on the back of the press box and on IESA.org.
Okay, folks, we're going to turn our attention to the award stand as we present some more medals here this afternoon. This time for the Class 3A 8th grade boys shot put in 8th place with a throw of 13.11 from Canton Ingersoll Luke Allard. In 7th with a throw of 13.15 meters from Byron Jared Holkoff. In 6th with a throw of 13.2 meters from Fulton River Band Colton Pessman. In 5th with a throw of 13.23 meters from East St. Louis Clark Malik Herring. In 4th with a throw of 13.88 meters from Shelbyville Holton Anderson Fisher. In 3rd with a throw of 14.55 meters from Staunton Colby Pfeiffer. In 2nd with a throw of 14.57 meters from Cole City Ryland DeMichelle. And your Class 3A IESA champion in the 8th grade boys shot put with a winning throw of 14.72 meters from Monmouth Roseville, Andrew Snyder.
This is the first call, Class 3A.
Stand ready, ladies. Stand at your blocks.
Class 3A 8th grade girls high jump. Last call, Class 4A.
On the track, Class 3A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash with 1:04 lane 3 Sky Herbert from Darien Pass. In 4, Ainsley Freeman from St. Joseph. In 5, Renaya Taylor from Farmington Central. And in lane 6, Jaleesa McCullen from Springfield Jefferson.
On your marks. Stand up, ladies.
Tyrone Gibson, North Chicago. Report to awards. Tyrone Gibson, North Chicago Neal, report to awards.
On your marks. Set.
Again, heat 1 of 4, Class 3A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash.
Set your blocks, ladies. One run out.
Jaleesa McCullen from Springfield Jefferson there on the outside. Sky Herbert from Darien Pass in lane 3. Jaleesa McCullen from Springfield Jefferson taking that heat.
Kale Pissarro of Robinson Nuttall and Parker Bishop of Eureka report to awards immediately.
Heat 2 of 4, Class 3A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. Lane 1, Aniston Caputo from Morris. 2, Jemiah Moore from East St. Louis Lincoln. In 3, Evie and Wenman from Chicago Francis Xavier Ward. In 4, Lauren Lockton from Taylor Ridge Rockridge. In 5, Harley Folk from Litchfield. In 6, Lady Muller from Staunton. In 7, Audrey Klurman from Deerfield Caruso. And in 8, Jayla Johnson from Round Lake Park.
Set.
Heat 2 of 4. 3A 8th girls.
Set your blocks, ladies. One run out.
Harley Folk from Litchfield in lane 5. Tamaya Moore in lane 2. From East St. Louis, Lincoln. Lane 1, Aniston Caputo from Morris. Taking it from the outside. I believe that was Aniston Caputo from Morris at 27-27 unofficially. Heat 3 of 4, Class 3A 8th grade girls, 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Renaya Moyer from Sandwich. In 2, Austin McDowell from Robinson Nuttall. 3, Annabelle Matinko from Deerfield Caruso. 4, Lana Crest from Litchfield. 5, Aubrey Huber from Hillsboro. 6, Anna Meyer from Taylor Ridge Rock Ridge. 7, Ashley Wang from Pecatonica. And an 8, Zakaya Mohammed from Winnebago.
One run out.
Again, Heat 3 of 4. Class 3A 8th grade girls, 200. Lane 2, that's Austin McDowell from Robinson Nuttall in the front. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to direct our attention back to the medal stand here as we present our medals for the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 52:53, Lake of the Hills Marlowe. In 7th place with a time of 52:46, Muscuda. In 6th place with a time of 52:41, Danville North Ridge. In 5th place with a time of 52:40, Champaign Edison. In 4th place with a time of 52:37, Decatur Stephen Decatur. In 3rd place with a time of 52:23, University Park Creek Monique. 2nd place with a time of 52:04, Edwardsville Lincoln. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 50:74, Champaign Jefferson. Now back on the track, we're going to move on to the Class 3A 8th grade girls 200 meter dash. Heat 4 of 4. In lane 1, Zoe Golden from Northbrook Wood Oaks. In 2, Julia Burke from Port Byron Riverdale. In 3, Marina Figge from Coal City. In 4, Janiyah Francis from Mendota Northbrook. In 5, Sanaya Muhammad from Winnebago. In 6, Zoe Miller from Morrison. 7, Desiree Smith from Chicago Francis Xavier Ward. In an 8, Maddie Daniels from South Beloit Willowbrook.
On your marks. Set.
Ray Hubbard from Alton and Maya Davis from Oak Park Junior. Staging.
Marina Figge from Coal City in lane 3. Desiree Smith from Chicago Francis Xavier Ward in lane 7. I believe that's Marina Figge. Crossing that line first from Coal City with a 26:62 unofficially. Moving on now to the Class 3A 8th grade boys 200 meter dash. 838 boys record here 23:11 set in 2024. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Kellen Richmond from Effingham. 4, Beckett Johnson from River Forest Roosevelt. And 5, Jeremiah Gann from Marion Eisenhower.
On your marks. Stand up.
Once again, athletes, please make sure you're checking the award sheets on the time you need to report to awards. You can find them on the back of the press box and also
On your marks.
IESA.org.
Set.
What a three, Class 3A, 8th grade boys, 200-meter dash. Beckett Johnson from River Forest Roosevelt in lane 4. Jeremiah Gant from Darien Eisenhower in lane 5. Beckett crossing that line first. Heat 2 of 3 in lane 2, Jared DeWalt from East St. Louis Clark. Lane 3, Keyshawn Fields Daniels from Springfield Jefferson. 4, Hunter Shed from Paxton Buckley Loda. 5, Jesse Avatar from Springfield Lincoln. 6, Evan Brown from Downstripe Valley. And 7, Christopher Bernard from Round Lake Park.
To the left side of each triangle. 2 IRS.
On your marks. Set.
I need the 8-4A boys 4x200 meter.
Evan Brown from Downstripe Valley in the front here in lane 6. Evan Brown unofficially takes that heat.
Coleman. Tavion Coleman, Oak Park Brooks to staging.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's direct our attention to the medal stand as we hand out the awards for the Class 3A 7th grade boys pole vault. In 8th place with a vault of 2.6 meters from Macomb, Bradley Wagner. In 6th with a vault of 2.6 meters from Pontiac, Kai Metz. In 5th with a vault of 2.76 meters from Eureka, Noah Bender. In 4th with a vault of 2.76 meters from Eureka, Parker Bishop. In 3rd with a vault of 3 meters from Braidwood Reed Custer, Bryce Lamb. In 2nd place with a vault of 3 meters from Robinson Nuttall, Cale Passero. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade boys pole vault with a winning vault and a new 7-3A record of 3.36 meters from Lindenhurst Milburn, Chase Russo.
set.
Heat 3 of 3 in the class 3A, 8th grade boys 200-meter dash on the track now.
Juan Brown from Bradley Central. Hayden Herbstra in lane 2 from Shanahan. In 3, Sean Hall from Springfield Jefferson. 4, Derek Sale from Kenton Ingersoll. 5, Avarion Duff from East St. Louis Park. 6, Roman Reed from Hillsborough. 7, James Liebsack from Macomb. And lane 8, Wyatt Connor from Fulton River Bend. And it looks like side by side, Sean Hall and Derek Sale. Springfield Jefferson, Kenton Ingersoll. Looks like Sean might have crossed that line first with 23:07.
I need the finalists in the 738 boys 200-meter dash to report to awards. I need the relay teams from the 848 boys 4x1 from Kankakee, University Park, Crete-Monee, Quincy, and Flossmoor Parker to report to award.
On the track, moving on to the class 4A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. 748 girls record here, 26:09, set in 2024. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 3, Mora Arojona from McHenry Parkland. In 4, Tiana Welch from Manhattan. In 5, Gabrielle Reed from Rockford West. And in 6, Raven Finch from North Chicago. Neal.
All right, back to your ball. Just stand ready. On your marks. Set.
This is the first call, class 3A, 8th grade girls high jump. First call,
Next
class
section,
3A,
get
8th
your
grade
block
girls high
set,
jump.
one run out.
Heat 1 of 3, the class 4A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. Gabrielle Reed from Rockford West there in lane 5. Tiana Welch from Manhattan in lane 4 wants to make a race of it here on the front stretch. Tiana Welch crosses that line first from lane 4. Heat 2 of 3 in the class 4A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Giselle
Davila from Kankakee. In 2, Rashaya Horn from Collinsville. In 3, Riley Young from Matson Huth. In 4, Sanaya Carter from Bloomington Evans. In 5, Jayla Hope from University Park Crete-Monee. 6, Lila Cornett from Brooklyn Luckett from Manuka. And Baker.
On your marks. Set.
Girls 200-meter dash on the track.
Ladies, run out.
Little cornet from Sugar Grove, Caitlin Harder in lane 6. Milo crosses the line first. Unofficial time, 26:59. Heat 3 of 3 in lane 1, Taraji Nelson from Springfield Grant. In 2, Gemma Douglas from Urbana. 3, Nia Branham from Homewood Heart. 4, Victoria Mungaga from Normal Chittix. 5, Trinity Robertson from Dunlap. 6, Andrea Warren from Champaign Jefferson. 7, Cecilia White from Bloomington. And 8, Veldy Nana from Urbana. Quick announcement here after we finish the 200s. We will take a short break on the track to allow our workers here to grab a little lunch here, but we will continue action in the field events, and we will continue handing out awards during that lunch break on the track. So if you need to report to awards, please pay attention to those awards report times. We're going to continue handing out medals throughout that lunch break on the track.
Stand ready, ladies. On your marks. Set.
In Heat 3 of 3, Class 4A, 7th grade girl, 200-meter dash on the track.
Victoria Mungaga from Normal Chittix in lane 4. Nia Branham from Homewood Heart in lane 3. Nia looking to take this heat. Trinity Robertson from Dunlap in lane 5. Nia Branham from Homewood Heart takes heat 3 unofficially 25-94. Moving on now to the Class 4A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash. 748 boys record set last year in 2024 at 23:72. Heat 1 of 2 in lane 1. James Wright from Rockford Eisenhower. In 2, Caleb Johnson from Oak Park Brooks. In 3, Henderson Yarbrough from DeKalb Huntley. In 4, Jonathan Pitts from Ottawa Shepherd. In 5, Owen Anderson from Danville Northridge. In 6, Tyrone Gibson from North Chicago Neal. 7, Ethan Jackson from St. Jacob Triad. And in 8, Nate Straka from Barrington Prairie.
Jonah Versace of Rock Island Jordan Catholic, Springfield Grant 748 girls 4x100 meter team, and Collinsville's 748 girls 4x100 report to awards.
Stand up. On your marks.
Jefferson.
100-meter dash. We're going to be side by side coming here to the front stretch. Tyrone Gibson from North Chicago Neal in lane 6. Looking for this race from lane 6. Yes, that is Tyrone Gibson from North Chicago Neal, 24:88. Heat 2 of 2.
In lane 1, Jerron Donald from Calumet City Dalton. In 2, Caden Hudgens from Gurney Viking. 3, Connor Villagran from Minooka. 4, Caleb Wilson from University Park Crete-Monee. 5, Kamari Mason from Normal Kingsley. In 6, Kamari Clanton from University Park Crete-Monee. 7, Xavier Hall from Romeoville Martinez. And from Sycamore.
On your marks. Set.
Seventh grade boys, 200. Caleb Wilson in lane 4 from University Park, Crete Moni. Kamari Clanton from University Park, Crete Moni. Teammates coming across the line, 1 and 2. Moving on now to the Class 4A 8th grade girls 200 meter dash. 8-4A girls record set last year of 25-20. Heat 1 of 2 in lane 1. Leah Hubbard from Alton. 2. Piper Heimbrod from Lake in the Hills Marlow. Lane 4. Tamaya Easley from Normal Kingsley. In lane 5. Maya Davis from Oak Park Julian. In lane 6. Allison Steibel from Rockford Eisenhower. And lane 7. Aubrey Johnson
from Gurney Woodland.
All right, ladies, stand at your blocks. On your marks. Set. Next section.
Allison Steibel from Rockford Eisenhower in lane 6. Leah Hubbard in lane 1 from Alton. Allison crossing that line first at a 26.66. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll redirect our attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 54.066, Geneseo. In 7th place with a time of 53.88, Collinsville. In 6th place with a time of 53.84, Cahokia Worth. In 5th place with a time of 53.27, Bloomington.
In 4th place with a time of 53.25, DeKalb Huntley. In 3rd place with a time of 53.10, Jacksonville. In 2nd place with a time of 53.06, Urbana. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time and a new 7-4A record of 51.69, Springfield Grants.
Stand at your blocks, ladies.
Class 4A 8th grade girls 200 meter dash. Heat 2 of 2 in lane 1, Olivia Boatwright from Urbana. In 2, Jada Franklin from University Park, Crete Moni. In 3, Gabrielle Jones from Chicago Heights. In 4, Lana McKendry from Barrington Prairie. In 5, Krishana Clark from Manuka. In 6, Zoe Danley from Oak Park Julian. In 7, Emily Scalata from Frankfort Hickory Creek. And in lane 8, Avery Eisfelder from Normal Kingsley.
On your marks. set,
Here we go, heat 2 of 2, class 4A, 8th grade girls, 200-meter dash. Coming around the turn, Lana McKendry from Barrington Prairie in lane 4. Krishana Clark from Manuka in lane 5. Gabrielle Jones from Chicago Heights in lane 3. Gonna be right side by side. Lana McKendry, Gabrielle Jones. Gabrielle Jones from Chicago Heights. 25.84 unofficially takes that heat. Class 4A, 8th grade boys, 200-meter dash. 8-4A boys record here, 22:50 set in 2024. Heat 1 of 3. Lane 2, Kari Coleman from Gurney Viking. In 3, Hayes Holstead from DeKalb Huntley. In 3, Malachi Holman from Springfield Franklin. In 5, Carter Pillows from Flossmoor Parker. 6, Kushino Moto from Rolling Meadows Plum Grove. And in lane 7, Dontavian Young from Rockford West.
On your marks. Set.
Heat
1 of 3, class 4A, 8th grade boys.
dash. Malachi Holman from Springfield Franklin in lane 4. Dontavian Young from Rockford West in lane 7. Dontavian Young from Rockford West, unofficially out of lane 7, takes that heat.
Tamira Williams of Lansing Heritage and Sydney Schultz of Prospect Heights MacArthur report to high jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's redirect our attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 3A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 25:37 from Metamora, Xander Alton. In 7th place with a time of 25:35 from Lawrenceville Parkview, Derek Rodriguez. In 6th place with a time of 25:15 from Springfield Lincoln, Pierre Hunter. In 5th place with a time of 25:10 from Tremont, Dominic King. In 4th place with a time of 24:63 from East St. Louis Lincoln, Frederick Higgins. In 3rd place with a time of 24:58 from Rock Island Jordan Catholic, Jonah Verska. In 2nd place with a time of 24:35 from Sauk Village Rickover, Alec Hart. And your 2025 Class 3A 7th grade champion in the boys 200-meter dash with a state winning time and a new 7-3A record of 24:10 from Chicago Whitney Young, Ari Kennedy. Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 4A 8th grade boys 400-meter dash. On the track here, lane 1, Emmanuel Lopez from Lake in the Hills, Marlow. In lane 2, Jonas Joxton from Vernon Hills, Baltimore North. In lane 3, Tyre Landsey from Homer Glen Homer. In 4, Brylan Harness from Manuka. In lane 7, Darrow Ekpoibi from Lake Zurich North. And in 8, Tavion Coleman from Oak Park Brooks. Go heat 2 of 3. Darrow Ekpoibi from Lake Zurich North in lane 7, looking for this heat. Kicks it in here at the end. Darrow Ekpoibi from Lake Zurich North takes that heat, 23:91, unofficial result. Heat 3 of 3 of the Class 4A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Joshua Little from Danville North Ridge. In 2, Ernest Winters from Cahokia Worth. In 3, Martell Frazier from Frankfort Hickory Creek. In lane 4, Mackie Agee from Buffalo Grove, Aptekissick. In 5,
Evan Fuller from Pekin Broadmoor. 6, Christian Marley from Palatine Sunling. 7, Ryan Cruz from Vernon Hills Hawthorne North.
7-4A girls shot put to report to awards. Finalists 7th grade girls 4A shot put to awards.
On your marks. Set.
Our final heat of 200s. Heat 3 of 3, Class 4A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. Coming around the corner, here we go. Makai Agee from Buffalo Grove in the front in lane 4. Christian Marley from Palatine Sunling in lane 6, and Evan Fuller in lane 5 from Pekin Broadmoor. But that's Makai Agee from Buffalo Grove with a 23:05. Evan crossing the line second from Pekin Broadmoor. Okay, folks, that concludes our 200-meter dash finals. We are going to take a short lunch break on the track for about 20 minutes or so. We're going to pause action on the track for about 20 minutes, allow our volunteers and officials to grab a bite here. But what we are going to do is continue events in the field, so do not pause any events in the field. And also, we're going to continue with awards, so please continue to report to awards. We're going to continue handing out awards all through this lunch break, all right? So here we go. With that in mind, we're going to hand out our medals for our Class 3A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 27:88 from Green Oaks Oak Grove, Olivia Southwell. In 7th with a time of 27:83 from Metamora, Isabella Di Hilario. In 6th with a time of 27:64 from Germantown Hills, Keegan Wagner. In 5th with a time of 27:54 from Stillman Valley Meridian, Kennedy Collins. In 4th with a time of 27:49 from Byron, Mila Snyder. In 3rd with a time of 27:41 from Elmhurst Timothy Christian, Brooklyn Judkins Johnson. In 2nd with a time of 27:08 from Byron, Hadley Considine. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade girls 200-meter dash with a state winning time of 26:83 from Springfield Jefferson, Mackenzie Johnson. Once again, we're taking our lunch break here on the track. We'll continue to hand out awards, and field event venues will continue as well. So if you have an awards report time, again, you can find those on the sheets at ground level behind the main stands, or you can look at IESA.org, go to the activities tab, go to track and field, and you will see the awards call sheets there under the 3A, 4A banner. So make sure you are reporting to awards. Top 8 finishers in each event need to report to awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 46.85, Flossmoor Parker. In 7th place with a time of 46.81, Quincy. In 6th place with a time of 46.69, Long Grove Woodlawn. In 5th place with a time of 46.64, University Park, Crete Monee. In 4th place with a time of 46.55, Shorewood Troy. In 3rd place with a time of 46.49, Kankakee. In 2nd place with a time of 46.35, Alton. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 45.87, Frankfort Hickory Creek. Again, we'll make this awards reporting maybe a touch easier. If you just finished the 200 and you finished in the top 8, report to awards. How about that? So if you just finished a 200 and you finished in the top 8, report to awards. Again, we're taking a little lunch break here on the track. Field event venues are continuing, and we're going to continue handing out awards here throughout the lunch break. We come back for lunch break here. We'll move into our 800-meter run finals and then our 4x400-meter relay finals on the track. On the award stand, let's hand out some medals for the Class 3A 7th grade girls discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 23.14 meters from Princeton Logan, Kinley Dahl. In 7th with a throw of 23.45 meters from St. Joseph, Avery Carter. In 6th with a throw of 23.9 meters from Monticello, Piper Maxwell. In 5th with a throw of 23.91 meters from Downs Tri-Valley, Kiana Lewis. In 4th with a throw of 25.08 meters from Richmond Nippersink, Kylie Shea. In 3rd with a throw of 26.41 meters from Westville, Kinley Barney. In 2nd with a throw of 26.79 meters from Athens, London Buckmaster. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade girls discus throw with a state winning throw and a new 7-3A record of 31.1 meters from Pana, Kyla Oler. All right, let's turn our attention to the award stand again as we present the medals for the Class 4A 7th grade girls shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 8.48 meters from St. Jacob Triad, Holly Zobrist. In 7th with a throw of 8.48 meters from Gurney Woodland, Addison Matthias. In 6th with a throw of 8.5 meters from DeKalb, Huntley Divine McIntyre. In 5th with a throw of 8.94 meters from Roscoe Amaya Waters. In 4th with a throw of 9.13 meters from Pekin Broadmoor, Sophie Mefford. In 3rd with a throw of 9.15 meters from Dixon Reagan, Aubrey Woodward. In 2nd with a throw of 9.53 meters from New Lenox Liberty, Violet McCann. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade girls shot put with a throw of 9.87 meters from New Lenox Martino, Haley Katz.
Once again, I need the 8-3A girls 200-meter dash finalists to awards, the 8-3A boys 200-meter dash finalists to awards, the 7-4A boys 200-meter dash boys to awards, the 7-4A girls 200-meter dash finalists, the 8-4A girls high jump finalists, the 8-4A girls 200-meter dash finalists, and the 8-4A boys 200-meter dash finalists. Please report to awards.
All right, going to hand out our medals now for the Class 3A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 24:26 from Bradley Central, DeJuan Brown. In 7th with a time of 24:17 from Springfield Jefferson, Keyshawn Fields Daniels. In 6th with a time of 23.868 from East St. Louis Clark, Averion Duff. In 5th with a time of 23.865 from Hillsboro, Roman Reed. In 4th with a time of 23.77 from Macomb, James Liebsack. In 3rd with a time of 23.46 from Downs Tri-Valley, Evan Brown. In 2nd with a time of 23.14 from Canton Ingersoll, Derek Sale. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade boys 200-meter dash with a state winning time and a brand new 8-3A record of 23:07 from Springfield Jefferson, Sean Hall. All right, on our medal stand now, we have the Class 4A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash in 8th place with a time of 24:01 from Rockford West, Dontavian Young. In 7th with a time of 23:91 from Lake Zurich North, Darrow Ekpoibi. In 6th with a time of 23:64 from Cahokia Worth, Ernest Winters. In 5th with a time of 23:63 from Frankfort Hickory Creek, Martell Frazier. In 4th with a time of 23:55 from Vernon Hills Hawthorne North, Ryan Cruz. In 3rd with a time of 23:47 from Palatine Sunling, Christian Marley. In 2nd with a time of 23:18 from Pekin Broadmoor, Evan Fuller. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade boys 200-meter dash with a state winning time of 23:05 from Buffalo Grove, Aptekissic, Mackie Agee. All right, we're going to hand out some more medals here this afternoon. This time for the Class 3A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 27:27 from Morris Aniston Caputo. In 7th with a time of 27:20 from Litchfield Lana Kress. In 6th with a time of 27:19 from South Beloit Willowbrook Maddie Daniels. In 5th with a time of 27:16 from Springfield Jefferson, Jalisa McCullum. In 4th with a time of 27:10 from Mendota Northbrook, Janaya Francis. In 3rd with a time of 26:71 from Chicago Francis Xavier Ward, Desiree Smith. In 2nd with a time of 26:62 from Coal City, Marina Figgy. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade girls 200-meter dash with a winning time and a brand new 8-3A record of 25:70 from Robinson Nuttall, Austin McDowell.
We need the finalists in the 8-4A girls 200-meter dash to report to awards. Finalists in the 8-4A girls high jump to report to awards. Finalists in the 7-4A girls 200-meter dash to report to awards. Finalists in the 7-4A boys 200-meter dash report to awards.
All right, your attention again on the medal stand as we hand out the medals for the Class 4A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place, with a time of 27.097 from Collinsville, Rashaya Horn. In 7th place, with a time of 27.092 from Matson Huth, Riley Young. In 6th, with a time of 27.04 from Manhattan, Tiana Welch. In 5th, with a time of 27 flat from Champaign Jefferson, Adria Warren. In 4th, with a time of 26.85 from Normal Chittix, Victoria Munganga. In 3rd, with a time of 26.59 from Sugar Grove, Canelan Harder, Lila Cornett. In 2nd, with a time of 26.48 from Dunlap, Trinity Robertson. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade girls 200-meter dash with a state winning time and a new 7-4A record of 25.94 from Homewood Hart, Nia Branham. Let's direct our attention to the medal stand again as we present the awards for the Class 4A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 24.98 from Sycamore, Jasheed Lark. In 7th place with a time of 24.92 from Calumet City, Dalton, Jerron Donald. In 6th place with a time of 24.91 from Romeoville Martinez, Xavier Hall. In 5th place with a time of 24.88 from North Chicago, Neal, Tyrone Gibson. In 4th place with a time of 24.58 from Gurney Viking, Caden Hudgens. In 3rd place with a time of 24.32 from Normal Kingsley, Kumari Mason. In 2nd place with a time of 23.81 from University Park, Crete Moni, Kamari Clanton. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade boys 200-meter dash with a state winning time of 23.77 from University Park, Crete Moni, Caleb Wilson. And your attention to the medal stand once again as we present the awards for the Class 4A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 26.88 from Alton, Leah Hubbard. In 7th with a time of 26.79 from University Park, Crete Moni, Jada Franklin. In 6th with a time of 26.70 from Frankfort Hickory Creek, Emily Scaletta. In 5th place with a time of 26.66 from Rockford Eisenhower, Allison Steibel. In 4th place with a time of 26.52 from Manuka Krishana Clark. In 3rd place with a time of 26.45 from Oak Park Julian, Zoe Danley. In 2nd place with a time of 26.08 from Barrington Prairie, Lana McKendry. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade girls 200-meter dash with a state winning time of 25.84 from Chicago Heights, Gabrielle Jones. And your attention to the medal stand once again. This time we're going to hand out our medals for the Class 4A 8th grade girls high jump. We had a three-way tie for 7th place here, all with jumps of 1.45 meters, all receiving 7th place medals. First from Mokina, Alexis Katzman. From Mount Prospect, Lincoln, Ashley Skelton. And from Arlington Heights South, Sophie Wary. We had a tie for 5th place as well, both receiving 5th place medals with jumps of 1.45 meters. First from Edwardsville, Lincoln, Quinn Neal. And from Lake Forest Deer Path, Kate Radke. In 4th place with a jump of 1.51 meters from Bloomington Evans, Camilla Moon. In 3rd with a jump of 1.51 meters from Crystal Lake Beardsley, Jordan Johnson. In 2nd place with a jump of 1.54 meters from Rockford Eisenhower, Allison Steibel. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade girls high jump with a state-winning jump and a new 8.4A record of 1.6 meters from Morton, Emmy Martin. All right, on the track now, we got the Class 3A 7th grade girls 800-meter run, 7th 3A girls record here, 2:24.41 set last year. Heat 1 of 2 of this event on the track now. In Alley 1, Bryn Lubick from Illiopolis, Sangamon Valley Addison Martin from Farmington Central. In Alley 2, Presley Younglove from Elmhurst Timothy Christian. Ashlyn Cunningham from Genoa Kingston. Pipa Gardner from Rochester. In 3, Fiona Spiker from Lockport Oak Prairie. Graceland Stevens from Shelbyville Moulton. Hazel Atkins from Shelbyville Moulton. And in Alley 4, Gracie Bloomfield from Mendota Northbrook. Leah Moore from Staunton. And Leah O'Hulin from Germantown Hills. Again, Heat 1 of 2. Class 3A, 7th grade girls, 800-meter run on the track now. Hazel Atkins from Shelbyville Moulton in the front. Our race back here is for second. Hazel Atkins from Shelbyville Moulton, unofficially 2:22.84. Again, our race here for second. Nice job. Graceland Stevens from Shelbyville Moulton unofficially crosses the line in second. Heat 2 of 2 coming up here for the Class 3A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. In Alley 1, Emma Eckes from Stanford Olympia, Charlize Chick from Petersburg Porta, and Emerson Harms from El Paso Gridley. In Alley 2, Zoe Coe from Crystal Lake Prairie Grove, Gianna Dominingeni from Metamora, and Allie Tipton from Forest Prairie Central. And in 3, Kendall O'Connor from Herscher Limestone, Evelyn Gach from Macomb, and Josie Mueller from Morris. And in Alley 4, Corin Hart from Athens, Jocelyn Roots from Shanahan, and Peyton Pivanka from Braidwood Reed Custer. Peyton Pavanka from Braidwood Reed Custer in the front. Zoe Coe from Crystal Lake Prairie Grove. Your top 2 there. Josie Mueller from Morris. Allie Tipton from Forest Prairie Central. I believe those are your top 4. Maybe Allie might have moved into 3rd there. Peyton Pavanka, your top qualifier, and in front, opening up a bit of a lead here as we come around the turn. Peyton Pavanka from Braidwood Reed Custer, Zoe Coe from Crystal Lake Prairie Grove, Allie Tipton from Forest Prairie Central, and Josie Mueller from Morris, your top 4. There's quite a pack there in 5th and beyond. There's going to be a race here for 4th, folks, but Peyton Pavanka in the front maintains the lead. Zoe Coe from Crystal Lake Prairie Grove. You have Josie Mueller, I believe, from Morris, maybe crossing the line in third. On the track, moving on to the Class 3A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. 7-3A boys record here is 2:10.25, set in 2023. In the one heat of this event, in Alley 1, Gideon Christensen from Johnsburg, Lizzie Anta from Macomb, Brooks Freiberg from Monticello, and Cameron Mueller from Girard North Mac. In Alley 2, Christopher Benny from Deerfield Caruso, Jackson Rupiper from Chillicothe, Monty Owen from Monticello, and Ethan Otto from Eureka. In Alley 3, Finn Milner from Rock Island Jordan Catholic, Camden Fisher from St. Joseph, Reed Lang from Washington Central, and Parker Volk from Pecatonica. And in 4, Abram Funderburk from Eureka, Bentley Link from Washington Central, Tyson Powell from Pleasant Plains, Bentley Lawrence from Rock Falls, your top qualifier, and Liam Bullock from Willowbrook Westview Hills. Ethan Otto from Eureka out front. Bentley Lawrence from Rock Falls in second. Those two have broken away. Your race here probably going to be for third. Reed Lang, Parker Volk. Reed from Washington Central, Parker from Pecatonica, Tyson Powell from Pleasant Plains. Ethan Otto from Eureka maintaining his lead here. Bentley Lawrence in second. Got a race here for third, folks, coming down the front stretch. But that's Ethan Otto crossing the line first, 2:05.39, unofficial time. Bentley Lawrence with a 2:08.96. Moving on now to the Class 3A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. 8-3A girls record here, 2:20.20, set in 2022. One heat of this event. In Alley 1, Grace Thompson from Marshall, Brooklyn Clark from Aledo Mercer County, and Leah Shoah from Shelbyville Moulton. Alley 2, Elena Vlahos from Willowbrook Westview Hills, Delaney Monroe from Mantino, and Graceline Mabry from Prospect Heights MacArthur. Also, Lila Plazier from Elmhurst Timothy Christian. In Alley 3, Anaya from Oregon, Madison Schrader from Lindenhurst Milburn, Tabby Brown from St. Joseph, and Abigail Johnson from Effingham. And in Alley 4, Miley Davis from Stanford Olympia, Rihanna Barton from Auburn, Eva Knapp from Eureka, and Ellie Porath from Shanahan. Lily Porath from Shanahan is your top qualifier coming in here to the state meet. But Abigail Johnson from Effingham out front, Brooklyn Clark, Leah Shoaff, then Ellie Porath from Shanahan, your top four. Pretty tight pack there from second on back. Abigail Johnson opening up a bit of a lead. Going by memory here, I think Abigail was up front in that mile yesterday as well. I could be wrong. Abigail Johnson from Effingham there up front, maintaining that spacing. Grace Thompson, Brooklyn Clark, Brooklyn from Aledo, Mercer County, Grace from Marshall. Those two putting a little space between them and that pack behind them. They're closing that gap just a little bit on Abigail Johnson, Grace Thompson, Brooklyn Clark. But Abigail Johnson turns it on here just a little bit on the front stretch. Abigail from Effingham. She was your second qualifier coming in. And she unofficially takes the heat. Abigail Johnson from Effingham. Grace Thompson as well. Moving on now to the Class 3A 8th grade boys 800-meter run. 8-3A boys record here, 2:02.16, set last year in 2024. One heat of this event in Alley 1, Fisher Ellis from Litchfield, Easton Wickline from Sullivan, Jackson Pedigo from Macomb, and Adam Bello from St. Joseph. In Alley 2, Ty Gale from Stanford Olympia, Jack Hildebrandt from Illiopolis Sangamon Valley, Gavin Moffitt from Chicago Latin School, Mesvin Diedrich from Willowbrook Westview Hills, and Hudson Lehman from Eureka. In Alley 3, Jace Spigerman from Staunton, Trent Wilson from Williamsville, Ryan Patrick from Williamsville, Dylan Reigner from Island Lake Matthews, and Bennett Edwards from Germantown Hills. In Alley 4, Blake Niemerg from Teutopolis, Alex Lartz from El Paso Gridley, Zane Kingham from Germantown Hills, Landon Smith from Byron, and Keegan O'Brien from Aurora Forsyth. Zane Kingham from Germantown Hills, your top qualifier here. Coming in from sectionals. Ryan Patrick from Williamsville. Gavin Moffitt from Chicago Latin. Jackson Pettigrew from Macomb. Those were your top four qualifiers coming in from sectionals. Dylan Reigner from Island Lake Matthews. Maybe in the front there, Zane Kingham from Germantown Hills. Comes the race for second place up here. Crossing that line first. Appears to be Dylan Reigner from Island Lake Matthews. Great race for second. Ryan Patrick from Williamsville. Zane Kingham from Germantown Hills. Ryan slipping in there in second with a 2:05.84. Moving on now to the Class 4A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. 7-4A girls record here, 2:22.29 set in 2023. In Alley 1, Elise Sanchez from Wakanda, Olivia Flanagan from Manuka, Royce Cephas from Kankakee, and Nellie Patton from Evanston Nichols. In Alley 2, Lily Towrell from Vernon Hills Hawthorne South, Layla Schoenberg from Manuka, Tilly Brooks from East Moline Glenview, Julia Adamesque from Mount Prospect Lincoln. In Alley 3, Lila Hyatt from St. Jacob Triad, Ava Zartler from New Lenox Martino, Ashley Martin from Muhammad Seymour, and Adeline Moore from Rolling Meadows Plum Grove. And in Alley 4, Judy Morin Williams from Normal Kingsley, Haley Simpson from Roscoe, Chloe Krim from Shorewood Troy, Madeline Searer from Arlington Heights Thomas, your top qualifier, and Aubrey Oliveira from Bolingbrook Jane Addams. Let's get on the track. The Class 4A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. Qualifier coming in from sectionals. Madeline Searer, again, your top qualifier coming in from sectionals out front, a 108.43 first lap. Adeline Moore from Rolling Meadows, Plum Grove in second. Royce Cephas from Kankakee kind of leading that pack behind them. As we kind of settle in here just a little bit here on the backstretch. No, maybe not. Aubrey Oliveira up there. Chloe Krim from Shorewood Troy. Madeline Searer maintains that lead. Adeline Moore in second. Madeline Searer. .220.79 unofficially. Adeline Moore with a 222.97. Chloe Krim from Shorewood Troy moves up a couple spots there from the first lap with a 225.39 to round out your top three unofficially. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present some medals for the Class 4A 7th grade boys shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 11.36 meters from Normal Kingsley, Chase Young. In 7th place with a throw of 11.43 meters from Mascuda, Anthony Green. In 6th with a throw of 11.44 meters from Edwardsville, Lincoln, Harrison Manthe. In 5th with a throw of 11.53 meters from Antioch, Isaiah Rubo. In 4th with a throw of 11.68 meters from Alton, Nojuan Powell. In 3rd with a throw of 11.69 meters from Frankfort Hickory Creek, Beckett Boren. In 2nd with a throw of 12.63 meters from Sterling Challenge, Noah Jackson. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade boys shot put with a state-winning throw of 12.98 meters from Vernon Hills, Hawthorne North, Mason Furch. On the track now, we got the Class 4A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. 7-4A boys record here is 2:05.88 set in 2023. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 2 in Alley 1, Jesus Avila from Belvedere Central and Lachlan Duffield from Bloomington Evans. In Alley 2, Kyle Worth from Geneseo, Jack Reisky from Buffalo Grove Cooper, and Evan Thompson from Edwardsville Liberty. In Alley 3, Micah Lanham from Bourbonnais, Liam Kuhn from Mount Zion, and Connor Corrington from Normal Kingsley. Alley 4, Gianni Gerardo from Romeoville Martinez, Braden Kreppel from Alton, and Charlie Yao from Urbana. Again, heat 1 of 2, the Class 4A 7th grade boys 800-meter run on the track now. Connor Corrington from Normal Kingsley, maybe up front. We're pretty close here. Liam Kuhn from Mount Zion wants that lead coming around the turn here. Kyle Worth from Geneseo. Charlie Yao from Urbana. Lachlan Duffield from Bloomington Evans. But Liam Kuhn from Mount Zion took over that lead there around the turn and extending that lead. Kyle Worth from Geneseo looking for second. Connor Corrington from Normal Kingsley being third at this point. That is Liam Kuhn from Mount Zion in the front. Kyle Worth from Geneseo. And Connor Corrington from Normal Kingsley, maybe side by side. But here we go. Tight race here at the end. Liam Kuhn from Mount Zion, 2:16.23. Kyle Worth from Geneseo, 2:16.30. Jesus Avila from Belvedere Central, 2:16.70. Rounds out your top 3 of that heat. On the track now, the Class 4A, 7th grade boys, 800-meter run, Heat 2 of 2. In Alley 1, Giovanni Espinoza from Wakanda, Thomas Blank from Barrington Prairie. In Alley 2, Amir Gumesiendo from Crystal Lake Lundall, Peyton Hublik from Quincy, and Emilio Palmer from Rolling Meadows Plum Grove. In Alley 3, Alex Reckman from Highland, George Bowers from Evanston Chute, and Evan Hernandez from Edwardsville Lincoln. In an Alley 4, Tate Ghosh from Barrington Station, Samuel Garrison from Champaign Edison, and Lucas Fouts from Mount Prospect River Trails. Lucas Fouts up front with a 102.10. He was your top qualifier here in this heat. Evan Hernandez from Edwardsville Lincoln, 102.58. Samuel Garrison from Champaign Edison. Those are your top three, kind of giving themselves a bit of room here as there is a battle for fourth. Lucas Fouts from Mount Prospect River Trails in the front. Samuel Garrison from Champaign Edison. Evan Hernandez from Edwardsville Lincoln. Lucas Fouts from Mount Prospect River Trails with a 207.37. Samuel Garrison with a 210.91. Peyton Lubeck from Quincy with a 212.98. Unofficial. Now moving on to the Class 4A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. 8-4A girls record 2:16.40 set in 2024. Two heats of this event. Heat 1 in Alley 1 is Isabella Moreno from Shorewood Troy, Tegan O'Neill from Gurney Woodland, and Audrey Childs from Arlington Heights South. In Alley 2, Chase Foster from Flossmoor Parker, Chloe Scherer from Sycamore, and Mackenzie Wayne from Normal Chittix. In Alley 3, Norel Iltz from Mahomet Seymour, Lily Newman from Arlington Heights South, Elani Gannis from Barrington Prairie, and in Alley 4, Charlize Wachtel from Geneseo, Lily Binger from Belvedere Central, Cameron Wilson from Normal Kingsley, and Emmy Martin from Morton. Emmy Martin from Morton, your top qualifier from sectionals here in this heat. Lonnie Gannis from Barrington Prairie and Mackenzie Wayne from Normal Chittix. Top three in this heat. Isabella Moreno from Shorewood Troy in the front there, 108.84 at official time on her first lap. Tegan O'Neill from Gurney Woodland. Your top two sticking together here. Norel Iltz from Mahomet Seymour up Moreno from Shorewood Troy staying in front. Tegan O'Neill from Gurney Woodland not letting her get too far away. Here she goes. She's going to make her move here around the turn. But Isabella Moreno from Shorewood Troy doesn't want to give up that lead here around the turn. I think Tegan O'Neill's going to challenge her here on the front stretch. Here we go, folks. It is going to be close as we come to the front stretch. Isabella Moreno from Shorewood Troy, Tegan O'Neill from Gurney Woodland, side by side as we come to the front. But Isabella Moreno turns it on here on the front stretch. Tegan O'Neill working behind her. But Isabella Moreno from Shorewood Troy crossing that line first at a 2:21.80. Tegan O'Neill from Gurney Woodland crossing in second. Some great racing behind them as well. Chloe Scher from Sycamore comes across in third. Heat 2 of 2 of the Class 4A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. In Alley 1, Adelaide Gala from Arlington Heights Thomas, Ainsley Goodwin from Edwardsville Lincoln, and Abigail Kosher from Lake Zurich South. In Alley 2, Brooklyn Stocking from Mount Prospect Lincoln, Juliana Milhopoulos from Mount Prospect Lincoln, and Serena Shapiro from Edwardsville Liberty. In Alley 3, Allie Huffaker from Bloomington, Lorelei Holsing from Bloomington, and Alexandria Hennel from Crystal Lake Bernodus. And in Alley 4, Morgan Greenwald from Highland, Addison Davis from Burlington Central, McKinley Williams from Pekin Broadmoor, and Chloe Wetstein from Lake Zurich South. Chloe Wetstein from Lake Zurich South in the front. That's a tight race. Addison Davis from Burlington Central, Alexandria Hannell from Crystal Lake Bernodus, McKinley Williams from Pekin Broadmoor. I believe that's your top four group there. Maybe distancing themselves just a little bit. We might have a change for the lead here. That might be Addison Davis from Burlington Central taking over the lead. But Chloe Wetstein Addison Davis, Alexandria Hannell, McKinley Williams, Abigail Kosher from Lake Zurich South. Your top five. We're going to be side by side here coming into the front stretch of this Heat 2 of 2. Class 4A, 8th grade girls, 800-meter run. Chloe Wetstein from Lake Zurich South, Addison Davis from Burlington Central, I believe. McKinley Williams from Pekin Broadmoor might be up there as well. We'll take a look. That is Addison Davis crossing that line first at a 2:19.24. Chloe Wetstein at a 2:19.89. Folks, we're going to turn our attention to the medal stand here. We're going to award a couple sets of medals here before we start our next race on the track. First of all, we're going to turn our attention to the Class 3A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:15:45 from St. Joseph, Camden Fisher. In 7th place with a time of 2:15:34 from Chillicothe, Jackson Rupiper. In 6th place with a time of 2:15:28 from Washington Central, Bentley Link. In 5th with a time of 2:15:10 from Girard North Mac, Cameron Mueller. In 4th with a time of 2:13:24 from Pecatonica, Parker Volk. In 3rd with a time of 2:13:19 from Washington Central, Reed Lang. In 2nd with a time of 2:08:96, broke the previous 3A state record, by the way, of 2:08:96 from Rock Falls, Bentley Lawrence. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade boys 800-meter run with a state winning time and a new 7-3A record of 2:05:39 from Eureka, Ethan Otto. And we're going to keep our attention here on the medal stand before we get back to action on the track. We're going to hand out one more set of medals here. This time, we'll get them reset. Here we go, ladies. We're going to hand out the medals for the Class 3A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:31:94 from Petersburg Porta, Charlize Chick. In 7th with a time of 2:31:26 from Forest Prairie Central, Allie Tipton. In 6th with a time of 2:31:07 from Macomb, Evelyn Gawk. In 5th with a time of 2:30:67 from El Paso Gridley, Emerson Harms. In 4th with a time of 2:30:42 from Morris, Josie Mueller. In 3rd with a time of 2:27:89 from Crystal Lake Prairie Grove, Zoe Coe. In 2nd with a time of 2:25:33 from Braidwood Reed Custer, Peyton Pavanka. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade girls 800-meter run with a state winning time and a brand new 7-3A record of 2:22:84 from Shelbyville Moulton, Hazel Atkins. On the track, we got the Class 4A 8th grade boys 800-meter run. 8-4A boys record here, 2:01:16, set in 2023. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 2, Alley 1, Santiago Arroyo from Mount Prospect River. From Chatham Glenwood, and Luca Nims from Bourbonnais. Alley 3, Bowden Duffy from Bethalto Trimpe. Nick Wolowitz from Lake Zurich South, and Luke Geyer from Morton. In Alley 4, Jude Meyer from Frankfort Summit Hill, Dalston Wohler from Evanston Nichols, and Johan Gonzalez from Mount Prospect River Trails. Jude Meyer from Frankfort Summit Hill in the front. Luke. I believe your top 4, pretty tight pack up here. Gavin Nally might have just made a pass here, I believe. Get up front, heat 1 of 2. Class 4A 8th grade boys 800. Great race here, gentlemen. Gavin Nally from Lamont Old Quarry Luke Geyer from Morton, your top two. We're going to hand out a few more medals here on the medal stand before we get back to action on the track, this time for the Class 3A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:27.45 from Marshall, Grace Thompson. In 7th with a time of 2:27.05 from Aledo, Mercer County, Brooklyn Clark. In 6th with a time of 2:26.05 from Shanahan, Ellie Porath. In 5th place with a time of 2:25.80 from Elmhurst, Timothy Christian, Lila Plaisier. In 4th with a time of 2:25.39 from Lindenhurst Milburn, Madison Schrader. In 3rd with a time of 2:24.54 from Auburn, Rihanna Barton. In 2nd with a time of 2:23.59 from Shelbyville Moulton, Leah Shoaf. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade girls 800-meter run with a state winning time of 2:21.54 from Effingham, Abigail Johnson. And we're going to keep our attention on the medal stand here for just a few more moments and recognize some more of our athletes for their fantastic accomplishments here at the state meet. This time we're going to recognize our ladies here for the Class 4A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. And here we go. In 8th place with a time of 2:28.638 from Bolingbrook, Jane Adams, Aubrey Oliveira. In 7th place with a time of 2:28.636 from St. Jacob Triad, Layla Hyatt. In 6th place with a time of 2:28.20 from Evanston Nichols, Nellie Patton. In 5th place with a time of 2:27.10 from Muhammad Seymour, Ashley Martin. In 4th place with a time of 2:26.49 from East Moline, Glenview, Tilly Brooks. In 3rd place with a time of 2:25.39 from Shorewood, Troy, Chloe Krim. In 2nd place with a time of 2:22.97 from Rolling Meadows, Plum Grove, Adeline Moore. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade girls 800-meter run with a state winning time and a brand new 7-4A record of 2:20.79 from Arlington Heights, Thomas, Madeline Searer. Back to action here on the track, the Class 4A 8th grade boys 800-meter run. Heat 2 of 2 in Alley 1, Joseph Sittler from Lake in the Hills, Marlow, Braden DeMont from Bourbonnais, and Dom Marcheski from Mundelein, Fremont. In Alley 2, Jack Whitaker from Edwardsville, Liberty, Joseph Zawacki from Lake in the Hills, Marlow, and Colby Berry from Pekin Broadmoor. Alley 3, Logan Arseth from Crystal Lake, Lundall, Drew St. Pierre from Mount Zion, and Ari Costin from Evanston Haven. And in Alley 4, Isaiah Cooper from Alton, Owen Reisberg from Morton, and Ethan Carter from Dixon Reagan. Again, that's Heat 2 of 2 of the Class 4A 8th grade boys 800-meter run, our last 800 of the day. On the track here, again, Heat 2 of 2. We are back-to-back. Joseph Zawacki, Colby Berry, Ari Costin from Evanston Haven, Owen Reisberg from Morton. Maybe all up there. We got some moves happening on the backstretch. I believe that might be Drew St. Pierre from Mount Zion making some moves on the backstretch. Joseph Zawacki from Lake in the Hills Marlow, I believe, is in the front. So many moves there in the back, I lost track. But I believe that is Drew St. Pierre from Mount Zion in the front, if I'm not mistaken. Drew St. Pierre from Mount Zion unofficially crosses the line, folks, at a 1:59.93. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to direct your attention back to the medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 3A 8th grade boys 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:09.07 from El Paso Gridley, Alex Lartz. In 7th place with a time of 2:08.33 from Macomb, Jackson Pedigow. In 6th with a time of 2:08.26 from Stanford Olympia, Ty Gale. In 5th with a time of 2:07.89 from Chicago Latin, Gavin Moffitt. In 4th with a time of 2:07.82 from St. Joseph, Adam Bello. In 3rd with a time of 2:06.78 from Germantown Hills, Zane Kingham. In 2nd with a time of 2:05.84 from Williamsville, Ryan Patrick. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade boys 800-meter run with a state-winning time and a new 8.3A record of 2:01.50 from Island Lake Matthews, Dylan Ragnar. We're going to keep our attention on the medal stand here for just a few more moments. This time we're going to hand out our medals for the Class 4A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. Here we go. In 8th place with a time of 2:16.23 from Mount Zion, Liam Kuhn. In 7th with a time of 2:15.53 from Barrington Prairie, Thomas Blank. In 6th with a time of 2:15.32 from Wakanda, Giovanni Espinoza. In 5th with a time of 2:14.78 from Rolling Meadows Plum Grove, Emilio Palmer. In 4th with a time of 2:13.71 from Edwardsville, Lincoln, Evan Hernandez. In 3rd with a time of 2:12.98 from Quincy Peyton Lubeck. In 2nd with a time of 2:10.91 from Champaign Edison, Samuel Garrison. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade boys 800-meter run with a state-winning time of 2:07.37 from Mount Prospect River Trails, Lucas Fouts. All right, going to move on here to the class. Actually, we're going to move on to the 4x400s, my favorite event of the entire meet. We save for the end, and this is the 4x400 meter relays. We're going to start with the Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. 7-3A girls record set in 2024 at 4:23.81. Heat 1 of 2 in lane 1, Lockport Oak Prairie. 2, East St. Louis Lincoln. 3, Tolono Unity. 4, Metamora. 5, Prospect Heights MacArthur. 6, Port Byron Riverdale. And 7, Johnsburg. Again, Class 3A, 7th grade girls, 4x400. Heat 1 of 2. Lockport Oak Prairie, East St. Louis Lincoln, Tolono Unity, Metamora, Prospect Heights MacArthur, Port Byron Riverdale, Johnsburg, lanes 1 through 7 there. By the way, as we begin our final event on the track, reminder that we will hand out team trophies here at the end of all of our events here today. So once again, top 4 teams in each grade division will receive really nice trophies. So again, top 4 teams in each grade, age, division will receive trophies. And again, we will do that here at the end of all the events here today. Both the events on the field and on the track. We'll hand out all the medals, do the team trophies at the very end. So make sure you stick around for that as we award our top teams. Along with team trophies, we're also going to award our athletes of the meet, both 7th grade, 8th grade, girls and boys. For 3A and 4A, so we'll have athletes of the meet, and we'll have our team trophies. Again, top 4 teams. In this Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x400, Heat 1, Johnsburg in the front, East St. Louis Lincoln, and Metamora. Metamora looking to make a pass here as we get just past the halfway point. Metamora looking for second there against East St. Louis Lincoln. Johnsburg, I believe, is still out front. East St. Louis Lincoln not wanting to give up that spot, though. Actually might go for first here as we come to the all-important final handoff. East St. Louis Lincoln around, I believe, the inside. Johnsburg and Metamora. I believe that's our order. We'll take a look as they come to the line. A lot of work there to pass, and now Johnsburg has a little. And that is Johnsburg remaining out front. A little jockeying for position there. But Johnsburg in front, opening up a lead a bit. East St. Louis Lincoln not letting her get too far away. Metamora, Prospect Heights, MacArthur. Tolono Unity. Might be there in 5th, I believe. Johnsburg in the front. East St. Louis Lincoln right behind. Here we go, the final 200. East St. Louis Lincoln looking to make a pass on the outside this time. Let's see if East St. Louis Lincoln can hold that lead. That is East St. Louis Lincoln opening up that lead. Here comes Metamora looking for second as well. East St. Louis Lincoln in the front. Metamora in second. Metamora closing the gap on the front as well. But that's East St. Louis Lincoln in the front with a great race, great final leg. East St. Louis Lincoln crossing that line first. Metamora in second. And Johnsburg in third. All right, moving on to Heat 2 of 2, the Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, Springfield Lincoln. In 2, Stanford Olympia. 3, St. Joseph. 4, Germantown Hills. 5, Shelbyville Moulton. 6, Shanahan. 7, Downs Tri-Valley. 8, 2 Topless. Again, heat 2 of 2, the Class 3A, 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Springfield Lincoln in 1, Sanford Olympian 2, St. Joseph in 3, Germantown Hills 4, Shelbyville Moulton 5, Shanahan 6, Downs Tri-Valley 7, 2 Topless 8. Shanahan there in late 6, Germantown Hills in 4, Shelbyville Moulton in 5. Pretty close after the first 400. We'll see how this works out after the break and at the handoff here at the halfway point. We have some movement going on here as we get ready for this exchange at the halfway point. Look at our top 3, folks, basically side by side on the front stretch. Downs Tri-Valley there, I believe, in front. Shelbyville Moulton. St. Joseph up there as well. And Shanahan. Look at that pack of 4 up front, folks. Downs Tri-Valley, Shelbyville Moulton, St. Joseph, maybe Germantown Hills up there. I can't quite tell. Here we go. This is going to be an exciting final 400 in this 4x400. Here we go. St. Joseph in the front, Germantown Hills, Downs Tri-Valley, Shelbyville Moulton. That might be Shelbyville Moulton making some moves here. I believe that's Shelbyville Moulton. Maybe St. Joseph's still in the front. The last 200. We are almost back to back here, folks, as we get to the final 150 and make the final turn. Here we go. I believe that's St. Joseph up front. That might be Shelbyville Moulton right behind. She's making a move to the outside. Here we go on the front stretch. We are making it stride for stride here. We're going to be side by side as we get to the finish line. But she is holding her off here at the front. St. Joseph crosses that line first, 4:19.48. Shelbyville Moulton with a great last lap there, 4:19.88. After that, we're going to turn our attention now back to the awards stand, this time for the Class 4A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:23.10 from Gurney Woodland, Tegan O'Neill. In 7th with a time of 2:22.92 from Crystal Lake Bernodis, Alexandria Hannell. In 6th with a time of 2:21.86 from Bloomington, Lorelei Holsing. In 5th with a time of 2:21.797 from Shorewood, Troy, Isabella Moreno. In 4th place with a time of 2:21.791 from Mount Prospect, Lincoln, Juliana Milhalplis. In 3rd with a time of 2:20.96 from Pekin Broadmoor, McKinley Williams. In 2nd with a time of 2:19.89 from Lake Zurich South, Chloe Wetstein. And your 2025 Class 4A champion in the 8th grade girls 800-meter run with a state winning time of 2:19.24 from Burlington Central, Addison Davis. On the track now, we got the Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. 7-3A boys record here is 3:57.72 set in 2023 by El Paso Gridley. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 2, Willowbrook Westview Hills. In lane 3, Johnsburg. In 4, Sullivan. In lane 5, Paris Mayo. And 6, River Forest Roosevelt. Again, heat 1 of 3 of the Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. I believe that might be Johnsburg there in second, looking to make a move. Johnsburg and Sullivan, followed by Paris Mayo, your top three. Johnsburg and Sullivan basically side by side here, challenging each other as we come around the turn. I believe that's Johnsburg in the front now. Paris Mayo in third. They're top three there, back to back. Paris Mayo looking to make a move here. I believe that's Sullivan still in the front. Maybe Paris Mayo in second, Johnsburg in third. Here we go to the final lap. Sullivan in the front. Paris Mayo and Johnsburg in that order here of heat 1 of 3. Class 3A, 7th grade boys, 4x400. Johnsburg looking to make a move maybe to second here on the backstretch as Sullivan stretches out that lead a little bit. But here we go. Paris Mayo and Johnsburg as they fight for second place, gaining a bit on first. Do they have enough to pass Sullivan in the front? Sullivan opening up the lead just a bit. Here we go to the final 100. Sullivan in front. Johnsburg maybe closing that gap just a bit. Paris Mayo. Here comes Paris Mayo making a pass for second. Sullivan in front. Paris Mayo looking for the lead here of this heat. Here he goes. Too close to call from up here. What a great final 100, but I believe maybe Paris Mayo crossed that line first. Very close. Nice race. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 4A 8th grade boys 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:05.97 from Mundelein, Fremont, Dom Marcheski. In 7th with a time of 2:05.36 from Lake in the Hills, Marlow, Joseph Sittler. In 6th place with a time of 2:04.82 from Dixon Reagan, Ethan Carter. In 5th place with a time of 2:03.93 from Lake in the Hills, Marlow, Joseph Zawacki. In 4th with a time of 2:03.80 from Morton, Owen Reisberg. In 3rd with a time of 2:02.95 from Bourbonnais, Braden Domont. In 2nd with a time of 2:01.52 from Pekin Broadmoor, Colby Berry. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade boys 800-meter run with a state winning time and a new state record, an 8-4A record of 1:59.93 from Mount Zion, Drew St. Pierre. We're going to keep our attention here on the medal stand here for just a few more moments, recognize a few more of our athletes here for their great performances today. And here we go. This time we're going to recognize our Class 4A 8th grade boys discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 42.79 meters from Chatham Glenwood, Oliver Verensky. In 7th with a throw of 43.28 meters from Geneseo, Isaac Ropp. In 6th with a throw of 44.52 meters from Normal Chittix, Will Hoke. In 5th place with a throw of 44.71 meters from Mount Zion, Landon Richardson. In 4th place with a throw of 46.58 meters from DeKalb, Huntley, Darius Russell. In 3rd place with a throw of 48.24 meters, actually all top three broke the previous 8-4A record, by the way. So in 3rd place with a throw of 48.24 meters from Bloomington Evans, Lucas Langlier. In 2nd with a throw of 48.43 meters from Cary, Brandon Bays. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade boys discus throw with a state-winning throw and a new 8-4A record of 50.27 meters from Kankakee, Kendrick Crett. Back to action on the track here in the 4x400 meter relay in the Class 3A 7th grade boys. Heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Marshall. In 2, Tolono Unity. In 3, Girard North Mac. 4, Winnebago. 5, Auburn. 6, Rochester. 7, Tremont. And 8, Springfield Lincoln. Again, Heat 2 of 3. Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x400. On that Class 3A 8th grade boys pole vault, we have one vaulter left, Holden Williams from Monticello. He's attempting 3.89 meters and worked on his first attempt there. So again, 3.89 meters for Holden Williams from Monticello is what he's attempting. Girard North Mac here back on the track, and Marshall both up front. Winnebago as well. Girard North Mac, Marshall, Winnebago, maybe your top three. I think that's Girard North Mac and maybe Winnebago up front. We'll take a look as they come here. Back on that pole vault at 3A, 8th grade boys pole vault. Holden Williams from Monticello, 3.89 meters. Looks like he cleared that. We'll have to see where he goes next. Girard North Mac in the front here on the track. Winnebago and Marshall. Here we go. We're going to be side by side, I think, coming in here. I believe that's Rochester in the front. I believe. Very close race here for Heat 2 of 3. That is Rochester crossing that line first with a 4:04.89. Winnebago and Auburn at DeVernon. Your top three, Marshall coming in there in fourth unofficially. Moving on now to heat 3 of 3 of the Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1, Macomb. 2, Clinton. 3, Eureka. 4, Pekin Edison. 5, Rock Falls. 6, East St. Louis Lincoln. 7, East St. Louis Clark. And 8, Farmington Central. Again, on that Class 3A 8th grade boys pole vault, Holden Williams from Monticello attempting 3.94 meters. Holden Williams from Monticello. Again, unofficial here, but I believe he has broken the 8-3A boys pole vault state record already. The all-time best record here. Some of you who follow pole vault might recognize this name, Isaiah Whitaker from Bloomington Corpus Christi. He got that record in 2022. That all-time best is 4.57 meters. But he has broken, again, unofficially here, the 8-3A boys record. Got so involved in the pole vault here, I don't think I announced the Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x400 heat 3 of 3 on the track. In lane 1 was Macomb, 2, Clinton, Eureka, Pekin Edison, Rock Falls, East St. Louis Lincoln, East St. Louis Clark, and Farmington Central. I do think I announced those. And they are, looks like Clinton is in the front. Macomb, Pekin Edison, maybe East St. Louis Clark might be your top 4. I believe that's Eureka in second, actually looking for first. Holden Williams from Monticello over there in that pole vault. Here we go, back on the track. I believe that's Rock Falls in Eureka. Heat 3 of 3. Rock Falls and Eureka crossing the line almost side by side. Macomb and Clinton might have been behind them. On the track, we're going to move on to the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. 8-3A girls record here is 4:17:44, set in 2024 by Pecatonica. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, Lane 3, Prospect Heights MacArthur. 4, Germantown Hills. 5, Eureka. 6, Lockport Oak Prairie. Again, attempting 4.12 meters, Holden Williams from Monticello. And if I'm looking at this correctly, that all-time best is 4.57. He'll attempt that 4.12 again. Back on the track, we got heat 1 of 3. Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x400, Prospect Heights MacArthur, Germantown Hills, Eureka, Lockport Oak Prairie. Here on the track, Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x400, Germantown Hills in the front, Eureka, Prospect Heights MacArthur. Looks like Prospect Heights MacArthur might be looking for second. Germantown Hills there in the front. For now. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Holden Williams from Monticello. What a great run there. Again, unofficially, he broke the Class 3A 8th grade boys pole vault state record. We'll find out as we hand out medals a little bit later. Back on the track, again, we have heat 1 of 3. The Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x400. Germantown Hills remains in front. Eureka took over second. Prospect Heights MacArthur, they're in third, I believe. Eureka closing that gap here just a little bit, coming around to the front stretch, but Germantown Hills wants to maintain that lead. Germantown Hills in front, Eureka and Prospect Heights MacArthur. Your top 3 here in this first heat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn our attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 3A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:31.71, Stanford Olympia. In 7th with a time of 4:31.04, Springfield Lincoln. In 6th with a time of 4:30.04, Shanahan. In 5th with a time of 4:28.77, Teutopolis. In 4th with a time of 4:25.75, Downs Tri-Valley. In 3rd with a time, by the way, the top 3 teams here broke the previous 3A 7th grade record. So in 3rd with a time of 4:21.14, Germantown Hills. In 2nd with a time of 4:19.88, Shelbyville Moulton. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay with a winning time and a new 7-3A record of 4:19.48, St. Joseph. On the track, heat 2 of 3 of the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1, El Paso Gridley, and 2, Rochester, 3, St. Joseph, 4, Rushville Schuyler Industry, 5, Shelbyville Moulton, 6, Lewistown, 7, Marshall, 8, Lindenhurst Milburn. Shelbyville Moulton up front, Lewistown, St. Joseph, Rochester. Here we go. Close at the handoff here. Shelbyville Moulton, St. Joseph, Lindenhurst Milburn, Lewistown. Shelbyville Moulton there, Lindenhurst Milburn, and St. Joseph, your top three in that heat. Moving on to heat 3 of 3 of the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Effingham in lane 1, Litchfield in 2, Pecatonica in 3, Downs Tri-Valley in 4, Braidwood Reed Custer in 5, Hillsboro in 6, Sullivan in 7, and Port Byron Riverdale in 8. In Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay, heat 3 of 3 on the track now. Effingham, Litchfield, Pecatonica, Downs Tri-Valley, Braidwood Reed Custer, Hillsboro, Sullivan, and Port Byron Riverdale. Pecatonica, Hillsboro, Sullivan, Braidwood, Reed, Custer, your top 4. Port Byron, Riverdale in 5th. Braidwood, Reed, Custer with a great move there on that leg in front. Sullivan, Pecatonica in that order. I have a feeling this race is not over yet. Effingham there as well. Going to close the gap here just a bit. Braidwood, Reed, Custer in the front. Sullivan in second. Pecatonica in third. Effingham, Port Byron, Riverdale, your top 5. Here we go. We're closing the gap just a bit. Braidwood, Reed, Custer, and Sullivan. Sullivan closing the gap here around the turn. Here comes Sullivan coming around the outside. The final 100. Sullivan, Braidwood, Reed, Custer. Braidwood, Reed, Custer opens up the lead just a bit. Turns it on here in the final 100. Braidwood, Reed, Custer crossing that line first. Sullivan. Then I saw some movement back here from Effingham crossing that line in third. Moving on now to the Class 3A, 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. 8-3A boys record 3:41.05. Set last year by El Paso Gridley. In heat, there are 3 heats of this event. In heat 1, lane 3, Willowbrook, Westview Hills. Lane 4, Island Lake Matthews. And lane 5, Gibson City. Just a reminder again, after all of our races here and all of our field events conclude, we will hand out team trophies as well as our top athletes of the meet for each of the grades and classes. So again, we'll hand out team trophies. Top 4 teams will receive a really nice trophy. We'll do that at the very end after we hand out all the final medals. all the action on the track and the field event venues after all that concludes. Island Lake Matthews in the front, Willowbrook Westview Hills, Gibson City. Take a minute here to thank our award presenters here this afternoon. Thanks for volunteering and helping us out. Brian Scobie from East St. Louis Lincoln, Sylvester Davis from Normal Kingsley, and Dan Irwin from El Paso Gridley. Thank you for your help in handing out medals and congratulating our athletes here this weekend. We appreciate it. On the track again, Island Lake Matthews in the front. Willowbrook, Westview Hills, and Gibson City. Looks like they're going to fight it out for second, but it's Island Lake Matthews. Quite a lead here in this heat, 1 of 3. Class 3A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. We got a change here for second place. Gibson City, Willowbrook, Westview Hills. Gibson City wants second place, but that's Island Lake Matthews crossing that line in first. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand. We're going to hand out some more medals here, this time for the Class 3A 8th grade girls high jump. We had a three-way tie for 8th place, all receiving an 8th place medal with jumps of 1.45 meters. First from El Paso Gridley, Juno Zeller. From Carlinville, Emma Suttles. And from Eureka, Isabella Burnham. In 7th place with a jump of 1.51 meters from Port Byron Riverdale, Sarah Mitten. We had a two-way tie for 5th place, both with 1.51 meter jumps, both receiving 5th place medals from Shelbyville Moulton, Brindley Rice Delgado, and from Mendota Northbrook, Janaya Francis. In 4th place with a jump of 1.51 meters from Carlinville, Sylvie Gibbs. In 3rd place with a jump of 1.54 meters from Lewistown, Cora Connolly. In 2nd place with a jump of 1.54 meters from Mantino, Olivia McElroy. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade girls high jump with a state-winning jump of 1.55 meters from Eureka, Anna Sears. On the track, we have the Class 3A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay, heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Farmington Central. In 2, Chicago Whitney Young. In 3, Port Byron Riverdale. 4, Roxana. 5, El Paso Gridley. 6, Tolono Unity. 7, Eureka. Chicago Whitney Young, Tolono Unity, El Paso Gridley, your top three, but it's pretty tight here. It's El Paso Gridley wanting to be in front here at the handoff. Tolono Unity looking for the lead here. I believe that's El Paso Gridley up front, but Tolono Unity, Chicago Whitney Young up there. Tolono Unity unofficially takes that heat. Moving on to heat 3 of 3, the Class 3A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, Staunton, 2, Winnebago, 3, East St. Louis Lincoln, 4, Coal City, 5, East St. Louis Clark, 6, Downs Tri-Valley, 7, Illiopolis Sangamon Valley, and 8, Effingham. Illiopolis Sangamon Valley there in lane 7, making a bit of a move. Coal City in lane 4. I believe that's East St. Louis Clark there. Maybe made a move up front. I think that's Coal City. Coal City not ready to give that up. Here we go. For the exchange, Coal City wants to come across that line first. Here we go. Coal City in the front, I believe. East St. Louis Clark and East St. Louis Lincoln, your top three. Illiopolis Sangamon Valley right there behind East St. Louis Lincoln. Coal City in the front. East St. Louis Clark. East St. Louis Lincoln. Here we go. Coal City still in the front. East St. Louis Clark. East St. Louis Lincoln. Side by side here, back to back. Downs Tri-Valley, I believe, might have just moved into fourth. That is still Coal City in the front. East St. Louis Clark, East St. Louis Lincoln. A burst of speed here. East St. Louis. East St. Louis Clark coming around the outside. Coal City keeping their position on the inside. That is Coal City. East St. Louis Clark makes a move. Coal City turns it on. Coal City, East St. Louis Clark, East St. Louis Lincoln almost making a move here for fourth, but Coal City crosses that line first. East St. Louis Clark, East St. Louis Lincoln, Downs Tri-Valley trying to make a move there for third. Nice race. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand. We're going to hand out some more medals here this afternoon. This time for the Class 3A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:07:08, Marshall. In 7th with a time of 4:06:66, Farmington Central. In 6th with a time of 4:05:42, Clinton. In 5th with a time of 4:05:21, Auburn at DeVernon. In 4th with a time of 4:05:19, Winnebago. In 3rd with a time of 4:05:14, Macomb. In 2nd with a time of 4:04:89, Rochester. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 3:57:77, Eureka. On the track now, we've got the Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. 7-4A girls record here set last year by Normal Kingsley at 4:14:97. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 3, Vernon Hills Hawthorne South. In lane 4, Dunlap. And lane 5, Wakanda. In this heat, 1 of 3, Class 4A, 7th grade girls, 4x400 meter relay. Dunlap, Wakanda, Vernon Hills, Hawthorne South. That's Wakanda in the front. Dunlap, Vernon Hills, Hawthorne South. In that order. Dunlap across the line first. Wakanda, your top 2 in this heat. Moving on to heat 2 of 3, the Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x400. In lane 1, Geneseo. 2, Barrington Prairie. 3, Algonquin Heineman. 4, New Lenox Martino. 5, Edwardsville Lincoln. 6, Kankakee. 7, Normal Kingsley. 8, Edwardsville Liberty. On the track, Class 4A, 7th grade girls, 4x400 meter relay. Again, heat 2 of 3. Geneseo, Barrington Prairie, Algonquin Heineman, New Lenox Martino, Edwardsville Lincoln in 5, at Kankakee in 6, Kingsley 7, Edwardsville Liberty in 8. On the track, this heat 2 of 3, Class 4A, 7th grade girls, 4x400. New Lennox Martino in the front, Edwardsville Lincoln, Algonquin Heineman. Might be Edwardsville Liberty. Looks like your top 4. New Lennox Martino, Edwardsville Lincoln, Algonquin Heineman, Edwardsville Liberty. Edwardsville Lincoln, Algonquin, and Edwardsville Liberty, all 3 together there. That might be, looks like that might be Kankakee, maybe making a move here as well. But that's New Lennox Martino in the front. New Lennox Martino, Algonquin Heineman, Edwardsville Liberty, and Edwardsville Lincoln, and Kankakee, your top 5 here. New Lennox Martino crossing that line first. I believe Algonquin Heineman. Maybe Kankakee. Great run there on the last leg to cross the line in third. We're going to turn our attention back to the medal stand here as we award the medals for the Class 3A 8th grade boys pole vault. In 8th place with a vault of 3.06 meters from Coal City, Spencer Vira. In 7th with a vault of 3.22 meters from Pawnee, Luke Wangen. In 6th with a vault of 3.22 meters from Lindenhurst Milburn, Jacob Kelly. In 5th with a vault of 3.38 meters from St. Joseph, Adam Bello. In 4th with a vault of 3.38 meters from Metamora, Henry Rhodes. In 3rd with a vault of 3.46 meters from Downs Tri-Valley, August Cross. And in 2nd, by the way, our top 2 broke the previous 8-3A record. So in 2nd with a vault of 3.62 meters from Hillsboro, Leland Armbruster. And your 2025 Class 3A champion in the 8th grade boys pole vault with a new 8-3A record of 4.07 meters, folks. You were cheering him on from Monticello, Holden Williams. On the track, Class 4A, 7th grade girls, 4x400, heat 3 of 3, lane 1, Urbana, 2, Quincy, 3, Frankfort Hickory Creek, 4, Mount Zion, 5, Jacksonville, 6, Muhammad Seymour, 7, Springfield Grant, and 8, Manuka. Heat 3 of 3, Class 4A, 7th grade girls 4x400. Mount Zion in the front. Mahomet Seymour, Urbana. But I believe Frankfort Hickory Creek might be in third. Might be looking for second here on the backstretch. Frankfort Hickory Creek. Mount Zion in the front. Frankfort Hickory Creek. Mahomet Seymour, believe might be your top three. Frankfort Hickory Creek closing that gap there. Might have come from fourth, maybe to second, maybe to first here in this leg. We'll see as Mount Zion gets to the handoff. Mount Zion takes off. Frankfort Hickory Creek. I believe that's Mahomet Seymour behind them. Maybe Urbana and Manuka. That's Frankfort Hickory Creek and Mahomet Seymour in the front, but Mount Zion not letting them get too far away. We've got a race here, folks. 3 side by side as we come into the final turn around the track. Frankfort Hickory Creek, Mahomet Seymour, Mount Zion. This is going to be a race here on the front stretch, folks. Let's cheer them on. It's Frankfort Hickory Creek in the front, Mahomet Seymour, Mount Zion. Here we go, side by side. Mount Zion coming around the outside. Mount Zion looking for second. Mount Zion looking for first. Frankfort Hickory Creek in the front. Mount Zion on the outside still. Frankfort Hickory Creek holding her off. Frankfort Hickory Creek crosses that line first. Mount Zion, Mahomet Seymour. All right, let's turn our attention back to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 3A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:25.55, Lindenhurst Milburn. In 7th place with a time of 4:23.79, Port Byron Riverdale. In 6th with a time of 4:23.72, Downs Tri-Valley. In 5th with a time of 4:23.10, Pecatonica. In 4th with a time of 4:22.57, Effingham. In 3rd with a time of 4:22.16, Shelbyville Moulton. In 2nd with a time of 4:19.61, Sullivan. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x400 with a winning time of 4:17.66, Braidwood Creed Custer. Moving on now to the Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. 4A boys record here 3:50.74, set in 2023 by East St. Louis Clark. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, Lane 1, Shorewood Troy. 2, Belvedere Central. 3, Highland. 4, Frankfort Hickory Creek. 5, Long Grove Woodlawn. 6, Barrington Station. And 7, Gurney Viking. Take a look. I believe that might be Shorewood Troy up front. Frankfort Hickory Creek. We'll take a look as they cross the line. That is Shorewood Troy in the front. Frankfort Hickory Creek. I am going to ask folks again, if you are standing in front, we're asked that you please take a seat. Those behind you are still trying to see. Lots of action still to see on the track and on the field events. Again, if you are standing in front of the stands, we ask that you please take a seat. Thank you. Frankfort Hickory Creek in the front. Shorewood Troy. Barrington Station, I believe, might be third, and Long Grove Woodlawn, your top four. Maybe Long Grove Woodlawn might be in third at this point. That is Frankfort Hickory Creek up front of this first of three heats of the 4A, 7th grade boys, 4x400. We got a battle here for a second, folks, as Frankfort Hickory Creek comes around the final turn. But our battle here is for second. That's Shorewood Troy. I think Shorewood Troy going to come in second there, but Frankfort Hickory Creek crossing that line first in this first of three heats. Shorewood Troy crosses in second, and Long Grove Woodlawn in third. Heat 2 of 3, the Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x400. Lane 1, Geneseo. 2, Champaign Franklin. 3, Edwardsville Liberty. 4, Chatham Glenwood. 5, Bourbonnais. 6, Quincy. 7, Dunlap. And 8, Manuka. Again, on the track, heat 2 of 3, Class 4A, 7th grade boys, 4x400 meter relay. Bourbonnais there in lane 5. Quincy in 6. Champaign Franklin in 2. Champaign Franklin in the front. Quincy, Bourbonnais, Chatham Glenwood, and Manuka. You're 5 there, but Champaign Franklin putting some distance on the rest of the field. I believe that might be Bourbonnais looking to take over second, I believe. Champaign Franklin still up front. Might be, again, I think that is Bourbonnais closing that gap to the lead. We'll see as they cross the finish line here for the handoff. Champaign Franklin remains in front. That is Bourbonnais in second. Quincy in third. Geneseo and Chatham Glenwood there side by side. Chatham Glenwood takes over fourth. Quincy looking for second. Quincy's in third. We've tightened up here on the backstretch, folks. Quincy taking over a couple spots here on heat 2 of 3. Quincy in front. I believe that's Chatham Glenwood right there in second. Chatham Glenwood and Quincy. Quincy maintaining that lead. Okay, we're going to turn our attention to the medal stand. We're going to award a couple sets of medals here before we get back to action on the track. This time, we're going to hand out our medals for the Class 4A 8th grade girls discus throw. In 8th place, with a throw of 25.43 meters from Geneseo, Brenna Dykstra. In 7th, with a throw of 26.17 meters from New Lenox Liberty, Paulina Pajerski. In 6th, with a throw of 26.2 meters from Frankfort Hickory Creek, Sarah Hellrung. In 5th, with a throw of 26.34 meters from Mount Zion, Allison Fortner. In 4th, with a throw of 26.82 meters from Granite City Coolidge, Lauren Willardet. In 3rd, with a throw of 28.84 meters from Champaign Franklin, Taylin Sutton. In second with a throw of 31.44 meters from Jacksonville, Malin Kammerer. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade girls discus throw with a winning throw of 32.28 meters from Burlington Central, your champion, Scarlett LaFleur. We're going to keep our attention on the medal stand here before we get back to action on the track. Award some of our athletes for their great accomplishments here this weekend. This time we're going to award some medals for the Class 3A 7th grade girls high jump. We had a three-way tie for 8th place, so all receiving 8th place medals with a jump of 1.34 meters from Johnsburg, Riley Vermillion. From Shelbyville, Moulton, Ellie Ness, and from Byron, Bella Engberg. In 7th with a jump of 1.4 meters from Piatone, Layla Staknik. In 6th with a jump of 1.4 meters from Monmouth Roseville, Catalea Warrington. In 5th with a jump of 1.4 meters from Riverton, Samantha Puckett. In 4th with a jump of 1.46 meters from Crest Hill, Richland, Paige Lillard. In 3rd with a jump of 1.46 meters from Port Byron, Riverdale, Piper Peterson. In 2nd with a jump of 1.46 meters from Mendota, Northbrook, Ariana Francis. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 7th grade girls high jump with a winning jump of 1.49 meters from Princeton Logan, Lydia Kyle. On the track, heat 3 of 3 of the Class 4A 7th grade boys, 4x400. Lane 1, Bloomington Evans. 2, Sterling Challen. 3, Alton. 4, Barrington Prairie. 5, Normal Kingsley. 6, Edwardsville Lincoln. 7, Mount Zion. And 8, Palatine Winston. Again, heat 3 of 3 of the Class 4A 7th grade boys, 4x400. Normal Kingsley out front here on the track. Alton, Edwardsville, Lincoln, your top 3. Normal Kingsley. Edwardsville Lincoln. We got a good race here for third. Maybe Palatine Winston and Sterling Challen there at the end. All right, we're going to turn our attention back to the medals stand as we present some more medals here for the Class 3A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 3:50.05, El Paso Gridley. In 7th with a time of 3:49.48, Illiopolis Sangamon Valley. In 6th with a time of 3:49.46, Staunton. In 5th with a time of 3:49.01, Tolono Unity. In 4th with a time of 3:46.16, Downs Tri-Valley. In 3rd with a time of 3:45.84, East St. Louis Lincoln. In 2nd with a time of 3:44.57, East St. Louis Clark. And your 2025 IESA Class 3A champion in the 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a winning time of 3:42.51, Coal City. Back to action on the track. Here we go on the track. This is now the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. 8-4A girls record here 4:14.21, set in 2023 by Edwardsville Liberty. 4 heats of this event. Heat 1, Lane 1, Belvedere Central. 2, Champaign Jefferson. 3, Gurney Woodland. 4, Mount Prospect River Trails. 5, Arlington Heights Thomas. 6, Charleston. 7, Frankfort Summit Hill. 8, Geneseo. While we are still running some of these 4x400s for Class 4A, we are, after the running events conclude on the track, we are going to hand out our Class 3A athletes of the meet and our Class 3A team trophies, likely before the 4A pole vaults are complete. So again, we're going to wait for events to finish on the track, and then we're going to get set up, and we're going to hand out the 3A athletes of the meet and the 3A team trophies while the 4A pole vault is continuing. So those of you in 3A can get your trophies and get on with your weekend. But again, we're going to do the 3A trophies for the team and athletes of the meet, again, after action is complete on the track. And then we'll do the 4A trophies and athletes of the meet. We'll do that after the 4A pole vaults are complete. So once again, we are going to finish the action on the track first. We do have 4x400s here. This is heat 1 of 4, the class 4A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Mount Prospect River Trails in the front. Belvedere Central, Gurney Woodland. Mount Prospect River Trails, Belvedere Central, Gurney Woodland. It's going to be a tight race here as we come around the turn. Again, heat 1 of 4. Gurney Woodland in front there. Belvedere Central, Mount Prospect River Trails, your top 3 in the first heat. We're going to turn our attention back to the medal stand. We're going to present some medals here for the Class 4A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:29.09, Jacksonville. In 7th place with a time of 4:26.71, Algonquin Heineman. In 6th place with a time of 4:26.37, Urbana. In 5th place with a time of 4:25.13, Manuka. In 4th place with a time of 4:22.66, Mahomet Seymour. In 3rd place with a time of 4:20.26, New Lenox Martino. In 2nd place with a time of 4:20.12, Mount Zion. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champions in the 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:19.71, Frankfort Hickory Creek. Right now on the track, moving on to the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay, heat 2 of 4. Lane 1, New Lenox Liberty. 2, Dunlap Valley. 3, Cary. 4, Jacksonville. 5, Shorewood Troy. 6, Mount Prospect Lincoln. 7, Edwardsville Lincoln. And 8, Evanston Chute. Again, heat 2 of 4, Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Once again, after all of our running events are complete and we've handed out individual medals for everything except for the final pole vault event, we're going to hand out the Class 3A Athlete of the Meet and the top 4 teams from each of the girls, boys, 3A, 4A, 7th grade, 8th grade. So we got lots of team trophies to hand out. We're going to do those before the 4A pole vaults are complete. So our 3A teams can begin their trek home. And then once the pole vault is complete, we'll hand out those medals. And then we'll hand out the 4A team trophies and the athletes of the meet there as well. On the track, Cary in the front, Shorewood, Troy, Jacksonville. Those are your top 3. It's New Lenox Liberty in 4th, and Edwardsville Lincoln in 5th. That's Cary opening up the lead just a bit. Jacksonville keeping a close eye there on Shorewood, Troy. But Shorewood, Troy now opening that up just a bit between 2nd and 3rd. As we come to the handoff here, Cary in the front for the moment. Shorewood, Troy not too far behind. Jacksonville, New Lenox Liberty. I believe that's your top 4. We'll take a look here in just a moment. It is Cary up front, Shorewood, Troy, Jacksonville, and my apologies, that's Edwardsville Lincoln in 4th. I missed that one. Edwardsville Lincoln now making a move for 3rd. Edwardsville Lincoln in 3rd, but that's Cary up front, Shorewood, Troy, and Edwardsville Lincoln, I believe, in 3rd. Again, heat 2 of 4 here. Shorewood, Troy, reeling her in just a bit as we get to the final 75. Here comes Shorewood, Troy around the corner. Cary in the front, but Shorewood, Troy wants that win in this heat. Here comes Shorewood, Troy across the line first. Nice final 100 there by Shorewood, Troy. Nice final leg by Cary as well. Edwardsville Lincoln crossing in 3rd. Jacksonville in 4th. On the track here, moving on to heat 3 of 4. Class 4A, 8th grade girls, 4x400. In lane 1, Bloomington, 2, Alton, 3, Morton, 4, Pekin Broadmoor, 5, Edwardsville Liberty, 6, Lake Zurich South, 7, Highland, 8, Normal, Chittix. Once again on the track, heat 3 of 4. Class 4A, 8th grade girls, 4x400. Morton there in lane 3. Let's see what we look like here at the break. But Morton appears to be in front. Morton, Normal, Chittix, Alton, Pekin, Broadmoor all up there. Again, this heat 3 of 4. Lake Zurich South, Edwardsville, Liberty, and Bloomington. Here we go, folks. All teams want this one, and we still have a 400 left here. Here we go, the final handoff. And this is just heat 3 of 4. We got one more heat of this event, but all these teams want this. Here we go. That's Normal Chittix in the front. Morton in the front. Edwardsville, Liberty. Lake Zurich South might be your top 4. Highland, our top 7. All back to back to back on the backstretch here. Here we go, folks. This is going to be an exciting finish. Final 200. I believe that is still Morton up front. We are side by side, back to back here. As we come around to the final 100, this isn't over yet, folks. Morton up there. I believe that's Normal Chittix, possibly. Edwardsville, Liberty crossing that line first. Morton, Alton in there, and then Normal Chittix. My apologies to Alton. I missed him earlier. Edwardsville, Liberty, Morton, Alton, your top 3 in that heat. Moving on to heat 4 of 4, the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, Arlington Heights South, 2, Oak Park Julian, 3, Quincy, 4, Manuka, 5, Normal Kingsley, 6, Barrington Prairie, 7, Mount Zion, 8, Bloomington Evans. Again, heat 4 of 4 of the Class 4A, 8th grade girls, 4x400. Arlington Heights South, Oak Park Julian, Quincy, Manuka, Normal Kingsley, Barrington Prairie, Mount Zion, and Bloomington Evans. Mount Zion out there on the outside. Manuka in lane 4 in the blue. Oak Park Julian, I believe, up there as well in lane 2. We'll see where we end up at the break. I believe. I believe that's Manuka there. Maybe wanted to take the lead coming into the handoff. Manuka, Oak Park Julian, Normal Kingsley, and Mount Zion. Those are your top 4. And Quincy round out your top 5. Oak Park Julian up front. Kingsley working to take over second here, maybe taking the long way around. Kingsley with some kick left here on the front, but that's Oak Park Julian in the front. Manuka, not one to give up much position here as we get to the final exchange. Oak Park Julian, Manuka, Normal Kingsley. Manuka looking to take over the lead here. Manuka in front. Oak Park Julian, Normal Kingsley, your top 3. I have a feeling we're going to go back and forth again because here comes Oak Park Julian to take over the lead. Manuka, Normal Kingsley in third. We're going to be back-to-back as we come into the final turn. Oak Park Julian opening up the lead just a little bit. Normal Kingsley looking to take over second from Manuka, but that's Oak Park Julian up front, while Normal Kingsley and Manuka battle behind. Oak Park Julian in the front. Kingsley, Manuka side by side in the final 100. But here comes Kingsley looking for the lead. Oak Park Julian in front, but here comes Kingsley. Kingsley looking to take over. Manuka not letting her get too far away. Are we going to run out of track? And we did. It's Oak Park Julian takes the heat. Normal Kingsley comes in second. Manuka in third. Great race. And we are now ready for our final event on the track of the weekend, and that is the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. 8-4A record here is 3:37.17, set in 2023 by Normal Kingsley. Heat 1 of 4 in lane 3, Shorewood Troy, in 4, Barrington Station, in 5, Normal Chittix. Again, heat 1 of 4, Class 4A, 8th grade boys, 4x400 on the track. Get a note here. After we're complete with all of the running events on the track, and we've got all those medals handed out, we're going to hand out our athlete of the meet and our Class 3A team trophies. We're going to do that while the Class 4A pole vault is still in progress. By the way, when we do these team trophies and athletes of the meet, only competitors or athletes on the teams and coaches will be allowed onto the track to do the team awards. No parents, grandparents, otherwise on the track, just athletes on the teams and their coaches, because we do still have action going on in the pole vault. So once again, after we're complete with all the running events, we'll hand out all those medals, and then we will do the team and athlete of the meet awards for Class 3A while the 4A pole vault concludes. In this heat 1 here, Normal Chittix, Barrington Station, and Shorewood Troy, your 3 teams in this heat. Looks like 2 athletes remaining in that Class 4A 7th grade boys pole vault. Jason Sturk from Barrington Station and Kenny Leingen from Charleston are your 2 athletes remaining in that Class 4A 7th grade boys pole vault. Following that, we'll have the 4A 8th grade boys pole vault. But again, 2 more athletes remain in the Class 4A 7th grade boys pole vault. Meanwhile, on the track, I believe that's Normal Chittix up front, Barrington Station and Shorewood Troy to wrap up this first of 4 heats. We're going to turn our attention to the medal stand as we hand out some more medals here this afternoon. This time for the Class 4A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:02:50, Palatine Winston. In 7th place with a time of 4:02:37, Frankfort Hickory Creek. In 6th place with a time of 4:01.519, Barrington Prairie. In 5th place with a time of 4:01.517, Alton. In 4th place with a time of 4:01.09, Chatham Glenwood. In 3rd with a time of 4 minutes, .56, Quincy. In 2nd with a time of 3:59.56, Edwardsville Lincoln. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 3:56:50, Normal Kingsley. Returning to action on the track here. On the track now, we have Heat 2 of 4, Class 4A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. Lane 2, Dunlap Valley. Lane 3, Sugar Grove, Canelan Harder. Lane 4, Edwardsville Liberty. Lane 5, Dixon Reagan. Lane 6, Quincy. Lane 7, Normal Parkside. On that Class 4A 7th grade boys pole vault, looks like we have one vaulter left. Jason Sturk from Barrington Station. And on the track, Heat 2 of 4. Dixon Reagan in the front. Normal Parkside, Dunlap Valley appear to be your top 3. All basically right there together. Dixon Reagan, Normal Parkside, Dunlap Valley. Sugar Grove, Canelan Harder will be up there. We're going to battle side by side. Normal Parkside, I believe, is up front. Dunlap Valley, maybe right behind. Dixon Reagan. Sugar Grove, Canelan Harder appear to remain in that order. In this Heat 2 of 4. Sugar Grove, Canelan Harder making a move there for 3rd. Here we go on the turn. Dunlap Valley making a move as we come around the final turn. I believe that is Dunlap Valley now in the front. Normal Parkside not done yet. See if he'll do the crossover here on the front stretch. We are closing the gap. Normal Parkside wants this heat. Here they go. Normal Parkside takes the heat unofficially. Normal Parkside, 346.19. Dunlap Valley. Sugar Grove, Canelan Harder, your top 3. Dixon Reagan coming in there in 4th. Moving on to Heat 3 of 4, Class 4A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. Lane 1, Morton. Lane 2, Bloomington Evans. 3, Alton. 4, Galesburg. 5, Vernon Hills Hawthorne North. 6, Manuka. 7, Rock Island, Washington. And 8, Lake in the Hills, Marlowe. Heat 3 of 4. 4A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. These last two heats tend to be some of the most exciting races of the weekend. A long day, long meet, but these teams won it. Back to the 4A 7th grade boys pole vault. Jason Sturk from Barrington Station. I believe sounds like he might be vaulting to break the 4A state record. And back to the track, heat 3 of 4. Class 4A 8th grade boys, 4x400. I believe that might be Manuka making a move there to take over the lead. That is Galesburg and Manuka up front on the track. Lake of the Hills, Marlowe, I believe, is up there as well. They are side by side. They have not given up at all. I told you these are some of the best races of the weekend right here. This heat and the next heat. Don't go anywhere. Manuka, Galesburg. In Manuka and Galesburg, here we go. They want to be tight as they come into this final handoff. Manuka, Galesburg, gonna battle it out here. Vernon Hills, Hawthorne North, Lake of the Hills, Marlowe. But that is Galesburg up front. Manuka in second. I don't know if this is over yet, folks. Here comes Manuka. Here comes Manuka around the turn on the outside. Galesburg on the inside. Manuka wants this. Galesburg isn't giving it up yet, but here comes Manuka. And wait just a minute. Here we go. We're going to have a battle for second as well, but Manuka up front. Look at the stride on the front stretch, folks. Manuka, it ain't over for first either. Manuka barely crosses that line. We're going to have to look at that one. Too close to call from up here. Remember, I don't say anything official. They don't give me anything official, just the loudest voice in the place, all right? So Manuka crosses the line first. Maybe Vernon Hills, Hawthorne North. That was a great race in Galesburg. Wow, what a fantastic final 100 or 150 there. Vernon Hills, Hawthorne North. All right, on the track, we are now ready for our final heat of the weekend. It is the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay, heat 4 of 4. In lane 1, Chatham Glenwood. In 2, Mount Prospect River Trails. 3, Pekin Broadmoor. 4, Kankakee. 5, Springfield, Washington. 6, Mount Zion. 7, Cary. 8, Evanston Chute. So once again, this is the last heat of the last event on the track now. We also have the 4A 8th grade boys pole vault. They're getting ready over there at the pole vault area. Once again, we're going to hand out all the medals here for all the events that have completed, and includes this one that's on the track now, the one that's on the award stand, and the pole vault that just completed. We're going to do that. Then we're going to hand out the team awards for Class 3A, and that also includes our athletes of the meet for Class 3A. So we're going to take care of that for Class 3A. And then we will do our Class 4A team awards and athletes of the meet after the pole vault is complete. Once again, heat 4 of 4, Class 4A 8th grade boys, 4x400 on the track now. How about you grab a hot dog to watch the awards, shall you? Here we go, this final heat. I'm pretty sure that's Kankakee in second, but Pekin Broadmoor in front. Kankakee in second and Carey in third. Your top three pulling away there just a little bit, keeping it pretty even there on the backstretch. Folks, we're about ready for our final handoff of the meet. Kankakee looking to make a move here on the backstretch. Kankakee in front. Kankakee in the front. Pekin Broadmoor, Carey, your top three. We got to move here. I still believe that's Kankakee up front. Carey in second. Kankakee, Carey, and Pekin Broadmoor. Those are your top three. Mount Prospect River Trails up there. Springfield, Washington, Mount Zion. Springfield, Washington, that's Kankakee, Carey, and Pekin Broadmoor. Your top three. Kankakee opening up that lead a little bit, but Carey's not giving it up. Here comes Carey, folks, around the turn. Here comes Carey closing it up in the final 100. It's Kankakee in the front, Carey in second. Here he comes around the outside. Here comes Carey around the outside. Carey, Kankakee side by side. Carey is going to cross that line first. In heat 4 of 4, Carey, Kankakee, great race by both teams. Pekin Broadmoor and Mount Zion wrap up your top four there. That wraps up our action on the track. One of the most, I've been doing this for 10 years, one of the most exciting meets here this weekend. Fantastic. Once again, we're going to hand out some medals. We're going to hand out all the medals for all the events that have completed, and then we're going to hand out the 3A team trophies and athletes of the meet. So please stick with us. I'll make sure that I let you know what we're doing and what order we're doing it in. But right now, I'm going to hand out some medals here for the Class 4A 8th grade girls 4x400. In 8th place with a time of 4:18:47, Edwardsville Liberty. In 7th with a time of 4:17:68, Carey. In 6th with a time of 4:17:65, Quincy. In 5th with a time of 4:17:16, Shorewood Troy. In 4th with a time of 4:16:74, Barrington Prairie. Folks, your top three teams all broke the previous 8-4A record. So in 3rd place with a time of 4:10:76, Manuka. In 2nd place with a time of 4:10:25, Normal Kingsley. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time and a new 8-4A record of 4:10:20, Oak Park Julian. All right, folks, we've got a few more individual medals to hand out. We've got that boys 4x400 that just completed, and I believe we have a pole vault set of medals yet to hand out, and then we will hand out team trophies and athlete of the meet for Class 3A. Again, when we do that and we call teams down to the track for those team awards, athletes on those teams and coaches on those teams only on the track, please. Once again, we're going to do some individual awards here. First for the relay that just completed, and also the 4A 7th grade boys pole vault. We'll do those awards first, and then we will do the team awards and athletes of the meet for Class 3A. So we will do that here in just a few moments. But we're going to do these individual awards and relay awards first. So the top 8 teams for the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay need to report to awards immediately. The top 8 teams in the Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. That's Cary, Kankakee, Pekin Broadmoor, Manuka, Vernon Hills, Hawthorne North, Mountain Zion, Galesburg, and Lake in the Hills, Marlow. Those 8 Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay teams need to report to awards immediately. We definitely don't do this enough this weekend, but just a big thanks to our volunteers in the staging tent. You do not see how hard they work down there to make sure athletes get to the places they need to be and make sure they are comfortable and ready to race. So you folks down in the staging tent, thank you very much for your help and assistance here this weekend. And also our folks in the awards area, they are amazing. They've been helping keep this thing running all weekend long, making sure that your athletes, your children are taken care of in the awards area and ready to go to receive their medals. Again, unsung heroes of the IESA state track meets right there in the staging tent and the awards area. So thank you to everybody who works and volunteers in both locations, the unsung heroes of the state meet. Thank you very much. Going to need the top 8 Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay teams to report to awards immediately. Lake of the Hills, Marlow, Galesburg, Mount Zion, Vernon Hills, Hawthorne North, Manuka, Pekin, Broadmoor, Kankakee, and Cary. Those 8 4A boys 4x400 meter relay teams need to report to awards immediately. We're going to hand out some more medals here in just a moment to make sure we're set up. All right, here we go. This time we're going to recognize our Class 4A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place, with a time of 3:44.09, Lake in the Hills, Marlow. In 7th with a time of 3:43.81, Galesburg. In 6th place with a time of 3:42.74, Mount Zion. In 5th place with a time of 3:42.20, Vernon Hills, Hawthorne North. In 4th place with a time of 3:42.18, Manuka. In 3rd place with a time of 3:41.79, Pekin Broadmoor. In 2nd place with a time of 3:40.33, Kankakee. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champions in the 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 3:39.35, Carey. We have one more individual set of medals to hand out here. And that's going to be for the pole vault that completed here just a few moments ago. We still have a pole vault happening on the field. But after we hand out those medals, then we'll do athletes of the meet and our top 4 teams in each of the sections here for Class 3A, and then we'll do our Class 4A after this pole vault that is currently in progress completes. So give us just a few moments. We'll get the results for the pole vault that completed a few minutes ago, and then we will hand out team trophies and athletes of the meet for Class 3A. Class 4A 7th grade boys pole vaulters, if you finished in the top 8, you need to report to awards now. Again, you finished in the top 8 of the Class 4A 7th grade boys pole vault. You need to report to awards now. Again, if you finished in the top 8 in the Class 4A 7th grade boys pole vault, please make sure you make your way to awards immediately. Once we hand out those medals, we will hand out the Class 3A athletes of the meet and the top teams. You can see those trophies down there, some really nice team trophies here. I want to recognize our top teams here this weekend. for Class 3A. Again, we'll do 4A after this pole vault that is currently in progress completes. Need a coach from Rockford Eisenhower and a coach from Chicago Heights to come to the press box, please. Rockford Eisenhower and Chicago Heights. And then I also need a coach from Edwardsville Lincoln and a coach from University Park Crete Monee to come to the press box. Again, Edwardsville Lincoln, University Park Crete Monee, Rockford Eisenhower, and Chicago Heights. A coach from each of those teams come to the press box, please. Okay, we are first going to hand out, again, medals for those Class 4A 7th grade boys pole vaulters. You make sure they report 2 awards. And then we will do the 3A athletes of the meet and the top teams. But we need those Class 4A 7th grade boys pole vaulters to please report 2 awards immediately if you are not there already. And actually, you might be there because you might be walking out. All right, we're going to hand out some individual medals here. Looks like we're ready down there. Ladies and gentlemen, let's direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 4A 7th grade boys pole vault. We had a 3-way tie for 8th, all vaulting 2.28 meters, all receiving an 8th place medal from Chatham Glenwood, Crosby McCubbin, from Sycamore, Joseph Pondelik, and from Highland, Noah Verdun. In 7th with a vault of 2.44 meters from Charleston, Logan Lowell. In 6th with a vault of 2.44 meters from Mount Zion, Jax Stevenson. In 5th with a vault of 2.44 meters from Normal Parkside, Tanner Shipley. In 4th with a vault of 2.6 meters from Geneseo, Will Ellert. In third with a vault of 2.6 meters from Chatham Glenwood, Kevin Hill. In second with a vault of 2.92 meters from Charleston, Kenny Langen. And your 2025 IESA Class 4A champion in the 7th grade boys pole vault with a state winning vault of 3.2 meters from Barrington Station, Jason Stirk. All right, folks, give us just a second to get set. Let the pole vaulters get their pictures. And give us a few moments to be set here, and then we will get some Class 3A trophies handed out. So while we are wrapping up that last medal presentation, need you to listen closely, 3A teams. Again, when I call your names or your team names, only the athletes and the coaches from that team to report to track level. Remember, we do still have an event going on at the pole vault, so we need you to stay out of that area and stay on this side of the track. Again, only athletes and coaches on the track. Parents, please take your pictures and everything you need from up here. Coaches and athletes will be at track level. So listen very closely. I need the following teams and coaches to report to the track. Following teams and coaches, again, listen very closely. Class 3A, 7th grade girls, teams from Springfield Jefferson, Germantown Hills, St. Joseph, and Shelbyville Moulton. 7th grade, Class 3A boys, Tremont, Rochester, Macomb, and Eureka. Class 3A 8th grade girls from Eureka, Robinson Nuttall, Effingham, and Coal City. And in Class 3A 8th grade boys, Springfield Jefferson, Williamsville, Coal City, and East St. Louis Clark. I also need the following two athletes to make sure they report down to track level. Hazel Atkins from Shelbyville Moulton and Ethan Otto from Eureka. I need you both to report to track level, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hand out some Class 3A trophies and recognitions here for work done this weekend. And by the way, love seeing that sportsmanship down there on the track. So this year we've got some new awards to hand out, and I am very proud to hand these out. These are the athletes of the meet. These are the top scoring male and female athletes in each classification to be recognized as the track and field IESA athletes of the meet. And they're standing right there in front of you at the awards table. So first of all, I want to recognize our 3A female athlete of the meet. She placed first in the 800-meter run, first in the 1,600-meter run, first in the 400-meter dash, and second in the 4x400-meter relay. Give it up for our female athlete of the meet for Class 3A from Shelbyville, Moulton, Hazel Atkins. And our male athlete of the meet for Class 3A boys, he placed first in the 1,600-meter run, first in the 800-meter run, first in the 4x400-meter relay, first in the 4x200-meter relay. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our male athlete of the meet for Class 3A boys from Eureka, Ethan Otto. Get some very nice trophies to take home for themselves as athletes of the meet. Once again, let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations, our state athletes of the meet for Class 3A. All right, let's hand out some team trophies for Class 3A, shall we? We ready down there? Looks like it. We're going to start with the Class 3A 7th grade girls. We got it? Class 3A 7th grade girls? Here we go. We're going to hand out trophies for the top 4 teams. In 4th place for Class 3A 7th grade girls with a total of 25 points, Springfield Jefferson. Teams will grab their trophies and likely head their way over to the award stand. If you want to take a photo of them from the stands, folks. All right, our 3rd place, Class 3A 7th grade girls team with a total of 27 points, Germantown Hills. Teams, we ask after you're done taking your photos on the award stand, if you could please move away from the award stand so we can let other teams get their photos as well. And then we'll ask that you exit the track area. Again, we do have an active event on the track, so we're trying to do multiple things here at once. We appreciate your understanding there. Okay, 2nd place, Class 3A 7th grade girls with a total of 34 points, St. Joseph. And your 2025 Class 3A 7th grade girls champions. 2nd place had 34 points. This team had 53.33 points. Your champions for Class 3A 7th grade girls, give it up for Shelbyville Moulton. All right, let's move on to the Class 3A 7th grade boys. Class 3A 7th grade boys in 4th place with 21 points. Tremont. Our Class 3A 7th grade boys in 3rd place with 23 points. Rochester. Our Class 3A boys 7th grade 2nd place team with 32 points. Macomb. And your Class 3A 7th grade boys championship team. Your 2nd place team had 32 points. This team had 55 points. Your championship team for Class 3A 7th grade boys, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Eureka. All right. We ready to move on to Class 3A 8th grade girls? So before I introduce these teams, these top 4 teams were separated by less than 2 points. From 4th to 1st, less than 2 points separation across all 4 teams. We actually had a tie for 2nd here. But in 4th place for Class 3A 8th grade girls, 4th place team with 27 1/3 points, Eureka. All right, in our Class 3A 8th grade girls, we actually had a tie for 2nd place. What happens, by the way, is both teams get to take home that 2nd place trophy. We only have one trophy here. They get sent another one, so they do both get a 2nd place trophy. So in one of those 2nd place ties for Class 3A 8th grade girls with a total of 28 points, Robinson Nuttall. And your other team for Class 3A 8th grade girls receiving a 2nd place trophy. Again, a tie for 2nd place here, also with 28 points. Effingham. Effingham will get to take some pictures with that second place trophy here. So congratulations to both our second place 3A 8th grade girls teams. All right, let's hand out the championship trophy here for Class 3A 8th grade girls. Remember, separated first through fourth by less than 2 points with 29 points. Your championship team for Class 3A 8th grade girls, I'm proud to announce to you, Coal City. All right, one more set of team trophies to hand out for Class 3A here. Last but not least, the Class 3A 8th grade boys team trophies. Your top 4 teams here were separated by 3 points only, so very tight race here. We actually had a tie for third, and both teams, again, will receive the third place trophy. One will take the one home, and we'll send one to the other. So with 37 points, one of your third place Class 3A 8th grade boys teams with 37 points, East St. Louis Clark. Remember, I noted we had a tie for third place here for Class 3A 8th grade boys. So also in third place in that tie for Class 3A 8th grade boys with 37 points, Coal City. All right. Class 3A 8th grade boys, second place. Number third was 37 points. Second was 38 points. In second place, Williamsville. And your Class 3A 8th grade boys championship team with a total of 40 points. Your champions for Class 3A 8th grade boys, give it up for Springfield Jefferson. Class 3A teams, we wish you the best of the rest of your weekend. Enjoy your Memorial Day. Please remember why we do have a Memorial Day. On the track, we still have I believe that's the Class 4A 8th grade boys pole vault. We will see that to conclusion. We will hand out those medals for those individuals. So if you do place in the top 8 there, please don't go anywhere. And then we will hand out our athletes of the meet and team trophies for Class 4A, just like we did for Class 3A. So again, don't go anywhere. Stick around, 4A folks. We got team trophies, athletes of the meet, and that pole vault yet to award. So stick around. Once again, Class 4A folks, we're going to spend some time and watch this Class 4A 8th grade boys pole vault. And then we will do those pole vault awards. And then we will do team awards and athletes of the meet after that. So once again, that is our plan for this evening. We're going to hand out all those awards and medals before we are done today. All right, we are actually going to hand out some of these team trophies since our pole vault is 8th grade. We're actually going to hand out a Class 4A 7th grade team trophies, just the 7th grade team trophies for Class 4A. Take your time. I'll give you some time to get there. Don't worry. I will give you some time to get there. So we're going to award, and we will award our athletes of the meet at the end of the meet, by the way. So we'll do this a little bit different order because we don't know who our athletes of the meet yet are. So we will do that at the very end. But we're going to do team trophies here for 4A 7th grade girls and boys. So I'm going to give you a little bit of time to get down to track level. Again, athletes and coaches only, no parents. So I need the following 4A 7th grade girls teams and coaches to report to the track: Arlington Heights Thomas, Mount Zion, Manhattan, and Roscoe. And I need the following 7th grade 4A boys teams to report to the track: Chatham Glenwood, University Park Crete Monee, Edwardsville Lincoln, and Normal Kingsley. Again, those teams and coaches only for 7th grade 4A to report to track level. Teams or athletes and coaches only. We'll give you a little bit of time to get down there. Don't rush, don't hurry. And we'll continue action on the pole vault here for the 4A 8th grade boys pole vault. I believe you have 8 vaulters remaining in the event. Jonathan, when you think you have all those teams down there and coaches, give me a good thumbs up. Not quite yet, he says. Need the Class 4A 7th grade girls team from Roscoe down on the track. Team and coaches, if you are still here. Class 4A 7th grade girls team from Roscoe. If you are still here, we'll give you another minute to make it trackside. If not, we will proceed with handing out team trophies. That's the 4A 7th grade girls team from Roscoe. All right, if the 4A 7th grade girls team from Roscoe is still here, please make sure you report down to trackside. But we're going to move on with awarding our Class 4A 7th grade team trophies. Again, we'll do our athletes of the meet at the very end here. But let's award some team trophies here to our Class 4A 7th grade girls teams. In fourth place, with 26 points, Arlington Heights Thomas. Our Class 4A 7th grade girls team in third place with 28 points, Mount Zion. Our second place, Class 4A 7th grade girls team with a total of 31 points, Manhattan. And our Class 4A 7th grade girls championship team, our second place team had 31. All right, we're going to hand out some individual team awards here for the pole vault, and then we're going to hand out the final team trophies and the athletes of the meet if they are still here. So we'll get those individual awards. We'll have to score the final team trophies here, and then we'll get those handed out and get you all on your way. Once again, we're going to hand out those medals for the pole vault. Then we'll do some athletes of the meet and those final team trophies. It's just a moment so we get the results here for the pole vault. Top 8 pole vaulters there. You probably know who you are. Sounds like you might be just hanging out down there. If you are not, please make sure you get to track side. Once we get the official results up here, we'll get your medals handed to you. Recognize you for your accomplishments. All right, folks, we're going to show these gentlemen the biggest applause we can muster here. The few, the proud. These are your Class 4A 8th grade boys pole vaulters. Here we go. I like it. Here we go. In 8th place, with a vault of 2.9 meters from Manuka, Ryan Werv. In 7th place with a vault of 2.9 meters from Chatham Glenwood, Jacob Kuster. We had a tie for 5th place, both receiving 5th place medals with a vault of 2.9 meters from Rock Island, Washington, Oliver Cooley. And also receiving a 5th place medal from Mount Zion, Griffin Brewer. In 4th place with a vault of 3.06 meters from Collinsville, Jace Chavaria. In 3rd place with a vault of 3.06 meters from Collinsville, Jaden Schultz. In 2nd place with a vault of 3.22 meters from Taylorville, Chase Rinker. And your 2025 IESA state champion in the Class 4A 8th grade boys pole vault with a winning vault of 3.43 meters from St. Jacob Triad, Jaden Rogers. All right, where they're taking some final pictures, let's have the, you might know who you are already, I bet, but let's have the Class 4A 8th grade girls teams from Lake Zurich South, Burlington Central, Manuka, and Oak Park Julian to come down to the track side. And the Class 4A 8th grade boys teams from Mount Zion, Cary, Pekin Broadmoor, and Jacksonville to report down to track side. Again, girls teams, Lake Zurich South, Burlington Central, Manuka, Oak Park Julian. Boys teams, Mount Zion, Cary, Pekin Broadmoor, and Jacksonville. I also need Allison Steibel from Rockford Eisenhower, Gabrielle Jones from Chicago Heights, and Carlito Mitchell from Jacksonville, if you're still here, to report down to the track. Once again, girls teams, Oak Park Julian, Manuka, Burlington Central, Lake Zurich South, Jacksonville, Pekin Broadmoor, Cary, and Mount Zion for the boys. Report down to trackside, and we'll award you your team trophies. All right, looks like I got a thumbs up down there from my awards folks. Did I see a thumbs up down there, Jonathan? All right, I did see a thumbs up. All right. I do not know if these athletes are still here. Actually, it looks like maybe one at least is still here. But we are going to announce our Class 4A athletes of the meet. Now, for our female athletes, I am going to announce them here. So our athletes of the meet had our highest points, and the IESA is proud to recognize them. Our female athletes of the meet, we actually had two. So with 26 points, this athlete was first in the girls' long jump, second in the girls' high jump, fifth in the girls' 200, and fifth in the girls' 100 from Rockford Eisenhower, Allison Steibel. And our other female athlete of the meet, she was first in the girls' 200 meter, second in the girls' long jump, and second in the girls' 100 meter from Chicago Heights, Gabrielle Jones. And now our male athlete of the meet for Class 4A. This gentleman was first in the boys' 110-meter hurdles, first in the boys' high jump, second in the boys' long jump, and second in the boys' 100 meters with 36 points from Jacksonville, Carlito Mitchell. Carlito, you got lots of fans here. Congratulations. All right, let's hand out some team trophies. Looks like Jonathan's already down there. We're going to start out with the Class 4A 8th grade girls. In fourth place with 28 points, Lake Zurich South. In Class 4A 8th grade girls, in third place with 31 points, Burlington Central. Your Class 4A 8th grade girls, second place with 34.5 points, Manuka. And your Class 4A 8th grade girls championship team, second place had 34.5 points. This team had 36 points. Your championship team for Class 4A 8th grade girls, Oak Park Julian. All right, let's hand out our team trophies here for the Class 4A 8th grade boys. In fourth place with 28.5 points, Mount Zion. For Class 4A 8th grade boys, in third place with 32 points, Carrie. Our Class 4A 8th grade boys, second place finishers with 37 points, Pekin Broadmoor. And your Class 4A 8th grade boys championship team, second place had 37 points. This team had 42 points. Your champions, Class 4A 8th grade boys. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Jacksonville. Congratulations to all our athletes here this weekend. Safe travels home. And again, enjoy the rest of your long Memorial Day weekend. And do not forget what this weekend is all about. Safe travels. Thank you, everybody.